Chapter 2081. Yi Xian successfully killed the rank 5 Dominator within the time limit set by the God of War domain and received an increase in strength. Following the death of this person, the God of War domain also shattered. The surrounding space and time returned to normal. Yi Xian's strength increased sharply as he attacked with all his might. On the other side, the divine blood beast King Su Tai couldn't help but narrow his eyes as he watched this battle. He had already unlocked his intelligence and could naturally see that Yi Xian's aptitude was even higher than Su Tai's. Yi Xian, who was only a rank 2 Dominator, was actually able to possess such battle strength. It was indeed extraordinary. Thus, he had his eyes on Yi Xian's body and was waiting for an opportunity to attack. However, as the battle continued, the Su family's experts fell one after another. Unfortunately, to Yi Xian's disappointment, these Su family experts were all possessed by the divine blood demon generals that were split from the divine blood demon king. Therefore, all of the divine blood they had left behind was devoured by the divine blood demon generals and the divine blood demon king. Yi Xian killed a few people in succession, but these people did not have a single drop of fake divine blood in their yin and yang rings. Whoosh! Just at this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Yi Xian turned his head and saw Su Tai open his mouth and shoot out a ray of bloody light. Poof! This ray of bloody light shot towards the sword god clone's chest like an arrow, but the latter's invincible body blocked this ray of bloody light. Yi Xian squinted and discovered that this ray of bloody light was the divine blood beast king. Humph. You think you can take over my body? Yi Xian sneered. What a joke. The sword god clone was an invincible existence. Even a fake god would not be able to kill the sword god clone. Furthermore, this was just a divine blood beast king formed from the blood of a fake god. This body of yours, I'm going to take it. The divine blood beast king's eyes flickered as he turned into a bloody mist and enveloped the sword god clone. However, in his original form, he was unable to speak. It is impossible for you to take over the sword god's body. Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly, but he did not chase the sacred blood demon king away immediately. As for the others, they were left to the old tree, black horn, black gold sword servants, undead sword servants, and the 5 elements sword servants. Regrettably, Yi Xian had been chasing after the divine blood beast kings and didn't have the time to gather materials. Adding on the fact that he was already a rank 2 Dominator, he had a shocking amount of materials to recover the divine sword art. Thus, he was still unable to use the divine sword art. The divine blood demon king didn't care about the lives of others and just wrapped the sword god avatar up. As a result, the others were killed by the 5 elements sword attendants one by one. Even the Su family's family head, a rank 6 Dominator, had died in battle. However, after these demon generals died, they all turned into their true forms and gathered toward the demon king. Soon, only the sacred blood demon king and Yi Xian were left in the sky. Old tree, go and collect the pseudo-divine blood. Yi Xian immediately gave the order. Okay. Old tree nodded and immediately dispersed. Immediately after, a reign of terror was set off in this city. All those who had reached the Dominator level were killed. To become a Dominator, one needed 100 drops of pseudo-divine blood. Although Yi Xian needed 10 times more pseudo-divine blood than ordinary people, this was already the 7th layer of heaven. There were as many Dominators as dogs. Soon, Yi Xian collected a large amount of pseudo-divine blood. However, he didn't immediately devour it. Instead, he stored it. To break through from rank 1 to rank 2, Yi Xian needed more than 1,000 drops of pseudo-divine blood. Similarly, to break through from rank 2 to rank 3, he also needed more than 1,000 drops of pseudo-divine blood. Breaking through would become faster and faster. Soon, this city was stirred up by Old Tree and the others. Even the city lord was mobilized. However, this couldn't stop Old Tree and the others. In less than an hour, Old Tree and the others had collected several thousand drops of pseudo-divine blood. Immediately after, Yi Xian directly devoured them. Ding! Host broke through. Current rank 3 Dominator. System notifications rang out one after another. Yi Xian directly broke through from rank 2 Dominator to rank 6 Dominator. His aura instantly soared. What? In the sky above the Su family, the Divine Blood Beast King felt Yi Xian's aura and was extremely shocked. Unfortunately, it was too late. Die. Yi Xian took out the Beast God Clock and directly suppressed the Divine Blood Beast King. Then, he attacked with all his strength. In an instant, the Divine Blood Beast King's body split into two, then split again. In the end, it actually split into several hundred Divine Blood Beast Kings. Today, I'll kill all of your little clones. Let's see if you can still survive. Yi Xian opened his eyes wide. As a rank 6 Dominator, his strength was actually close to a rank 9 Dominator. Wouldn't killing a Divine Blood Beast King be easy? In less than 2 seconds, under the combined attacks of Old Tree and the others, these Divine Blood Beast Kings fell one by one. In the end, not a single one was left. Strange, all of my clones are dead. Why are there no system notifications? After Yi Xian killed the last Divine Blood Beast King, he asked in surprise. At this moment, he suddenly felt a strange aura and immediately looked over. He discovered that there was an extra large drop of fake god blood in front of him. The fake god blood in the bodies of those Divine Blood Beast Kings had already been collected by him. The Divine Blood Beast Kings had devoured at least 10,000 drops of fake god blood. However, Yi Xian only obtained a few hundred drops of fake god blood from them. What's going on? Could it be that they were all devoured by this drop of fake god blood? Just as Yi Xian was about to collect this extra large drop of fake god blood, it suddenly trembled violently and flew into the distance. Damn, it escaped. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He immediately used the Divine Devouring system to analyze it and discovered that this drop of essence blood was the Divine Blood Beast King's essence blood. It was the true form of the Divine Blood Beast King, which was why it could devour so much fake god blood to strengthen itself. Trying to escape. Yi Xian immediately gave chase. However, the Divine Blood Beast King's essence blood was extremely fast and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, the Death Hunt command didn't lose its target like last time. Yi Xian looked at the scarlet word, kill, and ran madly. At the same time, Old Tree and the others split up to collect fake god blood. Yi Xian's chase lasted for several days. In these few days, Old Tree and the others split up to collect a large amount of fake god blood. Yi Xian's realm had already reached the 9th grade sovereign realm. Coincidentally, Yi Xian had also caught up to the Divine Blood Beast King. They would meet in an hour. This Divine Blood Beast King is so difficult to deal with. This time, I have to kill it. Otherwise, the random mission reward will be worrying. Yi Xian thought to himself as he entered a scorching land. It was said that there was a powerful phoenix in this scorching land. Previously, when Yi Xian had just arrived at the 6th heaven, he had accepted a mission from the innate gate to kill an undying phoenix. Chapter 2082. However, this time, Yi Xian was not facing the undying phoenix. An hour later, Yi Xian finally found the escaping Divine Blood Beast King. However, he had already occupied the body of a phoenix. This phoenix was called the Undying Phoenix. When Yi Xian heard this name, he sighed. This was because he had once merged with the bloodline of the Undying Phoenix. The Undying Phoenix had extremely strong recovery abilities. In addition, it had undying clones and so on. He wondered if the Undying Phoenix in front of him was the same. Divine Blood Beast King, do you think you cannot escape death just because you have an undying sovereign realm undying phoenix? Yi Xian said coldly. Although I don't know what method you used to catch me, I have been waiting for you this time. The undying phoenix suddenly opened its mouth and spoke in human language. Oh. I want to see what kind of ambush you have set up. Yi Xian looked around. In the next moment, a large number of figures appeared, and the surrounding temperature suddenly soared. It turned out that there was more than one undying phoenix here. There were many. Moreover, all of them were undying sovereigns. After the divine blood beast king had escaped here, he had occupied the undying phoenix king's body. Then, he let the divine blood beast generals he had created to occupy the bodies of the other undying phoenixes. At this time, there were dozens of undying sovereign realm undying phoenixes surrounding Yi Xian. Facing such a situation, Yi Xian only raised his eyebrows slightly. He did not know how many times he had experienced such a scene. In short, he was not weak. Coincidentally, the undying phoenix was a sacred beast of the fire element, and the five element sword servants were immune to all attacks of the five elements. Coupled with the deterrence of Wei Zhentian's beast god Bell, the surrounding undying sovereign realm undying phoenixes were still a bunch of chickens and pottery dogs. Even if he had not broken through to the undying sovereign realm, Yi Xian was enough to deal with them. Boom! 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 Immediately, a shocking battle broke out in this scorching land. Undying godly phoenixes fell one after another. Then, divine blood demon generals appeared one after another and were killed. These divine blood demon generals split from the divine blood demon king only have one drop of pseudo-divine blood in their bodies, but they are indeed very powerful. This is unreasonable. Yi Xian thought to himself. However, in this world, many things did not make sense. After all, the divine blood demon king was formed from the blood essence of a fake god. Soon, all the immortal phoenix were dead. However, as the king of the immortal phoenix, the divine blood demon king was still standing strong. Its recovery speed was unprecedented, even surpassing that of Yi Xian. But this was nothing in front of Yi Xian. Restrain him. Yi Xian transmitted his voice to everyone. Under the intimidation of the beast god clock, the immortal phoenix king's speed was greatly reduced. It could only endure the attacks. If it wasn't for its powerful recovery ability, it would have died long ago. However, after this, even if he didn't die, he would still die. Divine Sword Technique. A heaven-piercing divine sword fell and slashed at the deathless Phoenix King. Although the immortal Phoenix King's recovery ability was extraordinary, it could not withstand the instant killing effect of the divine sword technique. In an instant, the immortal Phoenix King was killed. Immediately after, the drop of pseudo-divine blood appeared in front of Yi Xian again. However, this time, the drop of blood essence was one size bigger than before. There is no system notification. It seems that the divine blood demon king is not dead yet. Destroy it. Yi Xian immediately gave the order and attacked himself at the same time. However, at this moment, whoosh! This drop of pseudo-divine blood vibrated violently again and then swept toward the ground. Want to leave? Stay. Although Yi Xian resisted with all his strength, this drop of pseudo-divine blood was the blood essence of a fake god. It instantly sent the sword god doppelganger flying and burrowed into the ground. Yi Xian hurriedly ordered everyone to burrow into the ground. He had already let the divine blood demon king escape twice. He could not let it happen a third time. However, at this moment, rumble. The ground suddenly began to tremble violently. No one knew what had happened. Immediately after, a terrifying aura spread, causing old tree and others to tremble. Bang! Suddenly, a shocking giant hand reached out from the ground and directly grabbed Yi Xian and others. Ding! Flame swallow unicorn is dead. Ding! Black scale dragon swallow is dead. Ding! Black gold sword servant is dead. A series of death notifications sounded in Yi Xian's mind. This giant hand directly crushed everyone except the sword god doppelganger to death. What kind of terrifying power was this? What the hell is this? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows but could not break free from the giant hand. He could only watch as the giant slowly climbed out of the ground. This was a red giant with red hair and red eyes. It was at least 10,000 meters tall. The aura on its body was terrifying to the extreme. It was at least a high-level undying dominator. Boy, you didn't expect this, did you? At this moment, the red giant suddenly opened its mouth to speak. Divine Blood Monster King? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Yes, it's me. The red giant snorted and nodded. Why do you think I came here and controlled a group of undying divine phoenixes to ambush you? I'm just toying with you. Do you think you can kill the great me with these tricks of yours? How ridiculous. It would be too boring to kill you directly, so I want to see what kind of expression you have when you see my new face. Hearing this, Yi Xian could not help but sneered. Your new face is not that great. Ignorant child, this giant is the original body of the blood flame giant. It was a false god expert when it was alive. When I found it, it was just a dried corpse. After these days of splitting, I finally resurrected it. The Divine Blood Monster King sneered. Do you think you can compete with it with your current realm? Ridiculous, I was only a false god when I was alive. If you have the guts, why don't you try to kill me? Yi Xian was in disbelief. Shameless boasting. Since you asked for it, I'll fulfill your wish. The Divine Blood Monster King immediately squeezed with all his strength, but to his surprise, he could not hurt Yi Xian. Is your body also a false god body? The Divine Blood Monster King asked in surprise. Yes, mine is also a false god body. Why, are you disappointed? Yi Xian immediately replied. Hearing this, the Divine Blood Monster King could not help but show a greedy expression. At this moment, Yi Xian was in his hands. Although he could not hurt Yi Xian, he could first trap him. When he grew to the false god level, it would be Yi Xian's time of death. However, at this moment, the seventh layer of heaven suddenly cracked open. Immediately after, a ray of red light descended. Yi Xian and the Divine Blood Monster King turned to see a red-haired man walking out of the red light. Chapter 2083. Brother, you didn't die? The red-haired man was pleasantly surprised when he saw the flaming blood giant. The Divine Blood Monster King froze and quickly searched the memories of the fake god's corpse. Then, he clenched Yi Xian tightly and smiled. Big brother. The newcomer had sensed the aura of the flaming blood giant, so he had come from the eighth heaven. He was the younger brother of the fake god that had just been resurrected. However, he did not know that the flaming blood giant had already been possessed by the Divine Blood Monster King. Brother, there has been no news of you all these years. I've already run around the seventh heaven countless times. I was just about to go back when I sensed your aura, the red-haired man said in surprise. He had already broken through the seventh heaven and was about to return to the eighth heaven. Big brother, I was harmed by a villain and fell into a deep sleep. I just woke up today. As the Divine Blood Demon King spoke up to hear, his attention fell onto Yi Xian. Big brother, I just woke up and this brat angered me. This kid also has a fake god body. With my current strength, I can't hurt him. Please help me. Hearing this, the red-haired man raised his eyebrows. Humph, how dare you provoke the flaming blood giant family? You're courting death. Whoosh. Before he finished speaking, a sword aura shot toward Yi Xian. TCH. Yi Xian did not care at all. Regarding the sword god avatar, he had always been indifferent. He had never seen anyone who could hurt the sword god avatar. However, his smile froze in the next moment. Ding! The sword god avatar's invincible body has been broken. The damage is 13%. This system notification shocked Yi Xian. The invincible body of the sword god avatar was broken? Invincible? Wasn't it supposed to be invincible? What a joke! Yi Xian's face darkened. He guessed that the invincible body of the sword god avatar had a limit. Once the attack exceeded that limit, it would be damaged. Most importantly, Yi Xian did not know what would happen if the invincible body was damaged. Would it die or need to be repaired? Ding! The sword god avatar is currently in a semi-invincible state. It will be damaged if it is attacked by an attack 5 levels higher than the original body. The system prompted again. Currently, Yi Xian was a rank 9 sovereign. This meant that the sword god's avatar would be injured by a rank 5 undying sovereign. Damn it! Yi Xian cursed in his heart. This damned red-haired man had actually injured the sword god's doppelganger. The red-haired man raised his hand and struck the invincible body of the sword god doppelganger down by 13%. If he struck again, the sword god doppelganger would most likely die. Not to mention the red-haired man, the sword god body was so fragile that even the flaming blood giant possessed by the sacred blood demon king could easily destroy it. Go! In the sky, Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he quickly put away the sword god clone. He didn't dare to let the sword god's clone take the risk. Just like that, the sword god's avatar disappeared from the flaming blood giant's hand, leaving the sacred blood demon king and the red-haired man in shock. At this moment, somewhere in the seventh heaven, Yi Xian's original body hurriedly used the void spirit divine armor to hide. He only hoped that the red-haired man would not search the seventh heaven. Otherwise, he would be in trouble. An expert of this level could easily kill him. Although he had a doppelganger in the mortal world and the lower heaven, it would be troublesome if they died. I still have 3 devour points that I haven't used, but I can't let the sword god's doppelganger take the risk. It's better to be safe and bear this grudge for now. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and decided not to seek revenge on the sacred blood demon king for the time being. The red-haired man from the flaming blood giant was at least a false god and was very strong. With his current strength, only death awaited him if he went to find the red-haired man. At this moment, he felt that the sacred blood demon king was moving. Fortunately, the sacred blood demon king was moving upwards. Not only that, but so was the red-haired man. This meant that the sacred blood demon king was being led away from the seventh heaven by the red-haired man and heading towards the eighth heaven. It seemed that the sacred blood demon king didn't take him seriously. After all, the sacred blood demon king was now occupying the flaming blood giant's false god body. If he returned to the flaming blood giant family, he should be able to recover his false god status very quickly. After the two left, Yi Xian didn't have any more misgivings and immediately split up to act. He had to break through to the undying sovereign level as soon as possible and then reach the peak of the undying sovereign level. Only by becoming a false god could he break through the seventh heaven and go to the eighth heaven, then seek revenge on the sacred blood demon king and the red-haired man. In the following time, Yi Xian was constantly on the move. The amount of divine blood he needed was 10 times that of the average person. To break through to the undying sovereign level, he needed to refine 11,111 drops of false god blood. After that, he would need the same amount of false god blood for each level. However, after breaking through to the undying sovereign level, the speed at which he collected false god blood doubled. This was because those large families had large amounts of false god blood. Unfortunately, whether it was half-step sovereigns, or undying sovereigns, they couldn't condense false god blood after death like Tianming. After all, they weren't false gods. Otherwise, Yi Xian's collection speed would greatly increase. Finally, after more than a month, Yi Xian collected more than 90,000 drops of false god blood. At this time, he was already a 9th grade undying sovereign. He still needed 2,000 drops of false god blood to reach 100,000 drops of false god blood. At that time, he could condense his Tao heart into a false divine spark and become a false god. At this time, he arrived in front of a top city in the 7th heaven. This would be Yi Xian's last stop in the 7th heaven. This was because he could obtain the last 2,000 drops of false god blood in this city. In addition, this city had a teleportation array that led to the 8th heaven. Kill. Yi Xian didn't say anything and directly summoned the old tree and black horn. With Yi Xian's current 9th grade undying sovereign level, he didn't need help at all. He could destroy the city by himself. He summoned the old tree and black horn because the old tree and black horn could help him devour. He couldn't wait. Immediately, the 3 of them killed their way into this top city in the 7th heaven. The city lord of this top city was a 9th grade undying sovereign. When he sensed Yi Xian's 3 auras, he was so scared that he almost wet himself. A 9th grade undying sovereign was enough to dominate a place in the 7th heaven. Everyone generally minded their own business. Why would 3 ninth-grade undying sovereigns suddenly appear now? What are you doing in my territory? The city lord immediately jumped into the sky and looked at Yi Xian's trio rushing toward him. Unexpectedly, Yi Xian didn't have any intention of answering him. Death warrant. Eye of assassination. Chapter 2084. Rip. The city lord's head flew into the air. He was killed in an instant. Yi Xian was now a 9th-grade undying dominator. Killing an opponent of the same level was a piece of cake for him. He immediately put away the city lord's interspatial ring. Ding. The host has refined 2,367 drops of pseudo-god blood. Ding. The host's Taoist heart has been refined and is about to transform. Ding. The pseudo-god lattice has been condensed. Ding. The host has broken through to the pseudo-god realm. The host is now a first-grade pseudo-god. Finally, Yi Xian broke through to the pseudo-god realm. Following his breakthrough, Old Shu and Black Horn also made breakthroughs one after another. Then, they quickly absorbed the entire city into the devouring space. After breaking through to the pseudo-god realm, all the blood in my body has been transformed into pseudo-god blood. At the same time, a part of my saint power has been transformed into more powerful pseudo-god power. Yi Xian thought to himself as he took out a drop of pseudo-god blood. After more than a month of killing, he had learned many things. For example, if he wanted to break through to the pseudo-god realm, he had to increase his pseudo-god power. If he wanted to increase his pseudo-god power, he could absorb pseudo-god crystals or extract some pseudo-god power from the pseudo-god blood and refine it for his own use. Of course, the pseudo-god power contained in the pseudo-god blood was very little. If he wanted to extract a pseudo-god crystal from the pseudo-god blood, he would need an astronomical amount of pseudo-god blood. With my current strength, although I may not be able to defeat that red-haired man, I already have the qualifications to go to the 8th heaven. Yi Xian thought to himself. Now that the sword god avatar was damaged by 13%, he would need good things to repair it. Previously, the devouring space had been torn apart, and Yi Xian had to pay a huge price to repair it. In addition to the necessities for repairing the sword god avatar, he could also choose to use devouring points to repair it. One devouring point could repair 20% of the damage. Although Yi Xian currently had 3 devouring points, he was still hesitating. When the invincible body of the sword god's doppelganger was not broken, it could at least withstand the attacks of an expert of a higher realm. Now that it has been broken, it can only withstand the attacks of experts of a higher realm. I'd better repair it. As Yi Xian thought to himself, he spent the remaining 3 devour points to repair the sword god's doppelganger. He only found out about this after the invincible body of the sword god doppelganger was broken. At that time, the bloody flame giant that the divine blood demon king had occupied happened to be a 9th-grade undying dominator, which was within the invincible range. However, the red-haired man was a false god, at least 10 levels higher than Yi Xian. That was why the sword god doppelganger was damaged. Ding. Repair successful. Ding. The sword god's doppelganger's current damage is 0. He has regained his invincible body. Let's go, we'll go to the 8th heaven first. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and used the teleportation array to teleport to the 8th heaven. He had finally arrived at the 8th heavenly layer. He was only 1 step away from Luolua's 9th heaven. The 8th heaven was very close to the 9th heaven. Here, undying dominators were as common as dogs, and false gods were everywhere. Yi Xian, a first-grade false god, was just the beginning in the 8th heaven. At this time, he turned his head and looked to the north, where there was a scarlet kill character. The target of the death hunting order was in the north. However, the divine blood demon king was quite a distance away from him. Immediately, he rushed to the north. While searching for the divine blood demon king, he also constantly collected the treasures of the surrounding forces. With his first-grade false god realm, it was easy for him to fight a 4th-grade false god alone. If he launched a group attack, even a 5th-grade false god would have to suffer. As a result, his cultivation base also began to rise continuously. In just a few days, his cultivation base broke through from first-grade false god to third-grade false god. At the same time, he also heard a piece of news. The north is the territory of the Bloody Flame Giant clan. However, I heard that the Bloody Flame Giant clan has started to expand their territory, and a large number of false divine beasts have come to join them. Yi Xian thought to himself. He had learned these things from other people's memories. As for the Bloody Flame Giant, it was said that he was the descendant of a divine beast and was extremely powerful. However, the divine beast ancestor went to the ninth heaven, so the Bloody Flame Giant clan's situation deteriorated. After a certain battle, only a few seventh-grade false gods were left. However, Yi Xian heard that the Bloody Flame Giant clan had risen again during this time, and a demigod expert had appeared. What was the reason? The rise of the Bloody Flame Giant clan coincides with the arrival of the Divine Blood Demon King in the eighth heaven. Could it be the Divine Blood Demon King? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Based on the attack power of the red-haired man that day, that red-haired man should only be a low-grade false god. Otherwise, the sword god clone would have been killed instantly. If that red-haired man was only a first-grade false god, he would be 10 levels higher than the 9th-grade sword god clone. He would be able to break the sword god clone's invincible body. After all, the sword god clone's invincible body could only block attacks from 9 levels higher. Whether it is or not, I'll know when I get there. Yi Xian thought to himself as he entered the territory of the Bloody Flame Giant clan. Following the rise of the Bloody Flame Giant clan, a large number of false divine beasts had come to join them, and it was said that they had all improved. Therefore, there was a large number of false divine beasts in the Bloody Flame Giant clan. It just so happens that I can collect high-grade bloodlines on the way to the Bloody Flame Giant clan and see if I can awaken the 100 Beasts Sword Servant. Yi Xian thought to himself. Previously, he had killed the Undying Phoenix and Immortal Phoenix. These two bloodlines were included in the 100 bloodlines needed to awaken the 100 Beasts Sword Servant. In addition, Yi Xian had also killed many false divine beasts sword servant, so he had collected 18 bloodlines. Now, he had arrived at the 8th heaven, where all the false divine beasts had noble bloodlines. They should have reached the standard. Not long after entering the territory of the Bloody Flame Giant clan, Yi Xian encountered a group of false divine beasts. These false divine beasts were called heaven-devouring rats. It was said that they had the ability to destroy the sky, and they moved in groups. They would often break open the sky and wreak havoc in the 6th and 7th heavens. Yi Xian sensed for a moment and found that this group of heaven-devouring rats were only 6th-grade false divine beasts. There was nothing to be afraid of. Immediately, he released the old tree and the others and began to clean up this group of heaven-devouring rats. Sure enough, the heaven-devouring rat bloodline had been recognized by the system, and Yi Xian would be able to awaken the 100 Beast Sword Servant sooner. Immediately, Yi Xian began to search the souls of these heaven-devouring rats. Chapter 2085. The heavenly treasures that Fairy Lu Li gave Yi Xian before were actually enough to create several experts at the peak of the 9th level of the Heaven Ascension stage. Now, if he wanted to raise his cultivation from the 8th level of the Heaven Ascension stage to the peak of the 9th level of the Heaven Ascension stage, the amount of heavenly treasures consumed would probably be several times more than before. However, he understood that Fairy Lu Li would definitely be willing to part with it. Alright, I'll give it to you. Fairy Lu Li clenched her teeth and directly threw out all sorts of treasures from her interspatial ring. Even Lin Guanyao would be envious of these priceless treasures. This time, Fairy Lu Li had really gone all out. This time, I'm betting on you. If you fail, pay me back tenfold. Fairy Lu Li suddenly said, a little stingy. All right. Yi Xian didn't haggle anymore. He could easily defeat Lin Guanyao now, so his strength was probably at the top. If he were to make another breakthrough, who would be able to fight him? Don't be careless. Although your strength is above Lin Guanyao's, there's still a gap between you and those top geniuses. Those people all have the ability to cross the immortal tribulation, but they have been suppressing their cultivation. Their cultivation is extremely terrifying, even comparable to a loose immortal. You have to pay special attention to the two troublesome people from the Holy Land of Death and the Holy Land of Netherworld, Fairy Luli reminded. Although Lin Guangyao was at the peak of the 9th level of the Heaven Ascension stage, his cultivation time was too short, and the people sent by the 3 Evil Path Holy Lands were probably 10,000 years old monsters. If one really had to compare, Lin Guanyao's strength could only be ranked in the 3rd tier. The 2nd tier were those who had lived for a long time, such as the experts from the 3 Evil Path Holy Lands. As for the 1st tier, it was the Platinum Holy Light Dragon Willful, the successor of the Emperor of Death, Jian Xian, the Netherworld Prince, and so on. Although they were younger than the 2nd tier, they had powerful backgrounds and weren't easy to deal with. Take the Platinum Holy Light Dragon Willful for example. If he hadn't been beaten back to his original form, he would have been a loose immortal expert. Although these people were troublesome, Yi Xian wasn't afraid. After all, he had a few helpers. When he activated his ultimate move, even a loose immortal would do it. He, who hadn't even broken through, had already surpassed Lin Guangyao, so he was probably in the 2nd tier. If he broke through to the 9th level of the Heaven Ascension stage, then he would definitely be able to squeeze into the 1st tier. Ding, host has broken through. Currently at the 9th level of the Heaven Ascension stage. In an instant, Yi Xian's aura skyrocketed. Moreover, he'd reached the peak of the 9th level of the Heaven Ascension stage. Ding, host has reached the peak of the 9th level of the Heaven Ascension stage. Ding, host has reached the requirements for transcending the immortal tribulation. Ding, host's current success rate for transcending the tribulation is 95%. Another 3 system beeps rang out. 95%, this probability was already high enough. Yi Xian estimated that as long as 3 clones fused together and increased his strength by 20%, he would be able to successfully transcend the tribulation. However, after successfully transcending the tribulation, he would still be unable to ascend to the immortal world, because the immortal world's passageway had been closed. However, he usually had to start cultivating as a loose immortal. Right now, he still had important matters to attend to, so Yi Xian wouldn't choose to transcend the tribulation. He actually broke through from the 8th level of the Heaven Ascension stage to the peak of the 9th level of the Heaven Ascension stage in an instant. This is really, Fairy Luli and the others were already shocked speechless. With your current cultivation, I'm afraid I won't even be able to block a single punch from you. Lin Guangyao said somewhat self-deprecatingly. He knew that Yi Xian's current strength should be squeezed into the 1st tier. He wasn't someone that he, who was in the 3rd tier, could fight against. Very good, with your help, my Glazed Knights will also have the capital to fight against the Sacred Land of Death and the Nether Sacred Land. Fairy Luli said to Yi Xian. Senior, don't worry. I have an 80% chance of obtaining the Sacred Master's token. Yi Xian said with a confident expression. All right. Fairy Luli was very satisfied. Next, it would depend on whether or not Yi Xian could truly obtain the Sacred Master's token. Tomorrow, they would head to the Penglai Demon clan to discuss the battle plan. At that time, they would discuss how to deal with the evil Dao Holy Land. Very quickly, a day had passed. The Glazed Knights had a teleportation formation that led directly to the Penglai Demon clan, so it was very convenient. On the 2nd day, Fairy Luli brought Lin Guangyao, Monk Yi Nian, and Yi Xian to the Penglai Demon clan. Hua. The teleportation formation began to operate. Yi Xian was currently a bit excited because Luo Luo had been born in the Penglai Demon clan. However, she had only been born not long ago and hadn't activated her inherited memories, so she probably wouldn't be able to recognize him. At this moment, Yi Xian's vision blurred, and his senses suddenly intensified. Although Luo Luo had been reborn, there was still a connection between her and Yi Xian. When Yi Xian landed on the ground, he could sense that Luo Luo was in the north and was very close. However, there was already a group of people from the demonic clan waiting at the teleportation palace. Greetings, Fairy Luli. An old man came up to him and said, "This old man is Yao Shan. I've been waiting here for a long time. Have the other forces arrived?" Fairy Luli asked directly. "Yes, This Yao Shan nodded. Although it wasn't the agreed time yet, the Glazed Knights, who had the teleportation formation, were the last to arrive. This was a bit helpless. Immediately, Yao Shan brought Fairy Lu Li and the other three to the discussion hall. Other than the Penglai demon race, there were also the Heaven's End Palace, the Glazed Knights, and the Life's Sacred Land. Thus, they were a four-way alliance. Very quickly, Yi Xian and the other three were brought to the discussion hall. At this moment, there were already quite a few people in the Penglai demon race's discussion hall, and they weren't weak either. The weakest of them was at the peak of the 9th level of the Heaven Ascension realm. One of them was even a loose immortal expert. This person sat at the head of the table, and he was an acquaintance of Yi Xian. He was old immortal Tianju. Although he'd already guessed it, Yi Xian couldn't help but sigh in his heart after seeing old immortal Tianju's true body. Fuck, this is a true hidden expert. When he was still a sovereign, he had already seen old immortal Tianju. Now, he was at the peak of the 9th level of the Heaven Ascension realm, and he had crossed the 3 minor disasters and the 9 heavenly realms. No one would have thought that the mysterious person who had appeared in that remote and desolate Bloodstone continent was actually a loose immortal. Although the old immortal Tianju there was only a clone, it was still shocking enough. Yi Xian followed Fairy Lu Li into the discussion hall and immediately became the focus of attention. Everyone had heard of Lin Guangyao. The One Thought monk's appearance and attire were rather eye-catching, so everyone could recognize him. However, where did this stranger, Yi Xian, come from? At this moment, there was another acquaintance of Yi Xian in the discussion hall, the Platinum Holy Light Dragon. He'd come as well. Heh, Yi Xian. When Willfulness saw Yi Xian, he immediately greeted him. Chapter 2086. At that moment, Yi Xian put away the corpse, drew out the blood, and refined it into pseudo-god crystals. Coupled with the huge amount of resources in the interspatial ring, Yi Xian directly broke through. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently a 6th grade pseudo-god. Following Yi Xian's breakthrough, Old Tree and the others also broke through one after another. Now, even without the help of the 100 Beasts sword servants, Yi Xian could easily flatten the Blood Flame Giant clan. One of the targets is in the Blood Flame Giant clan, and the other is underground. Yi Xian glanced over. Needless to say, the death warrant on the mainland should be the red-haired man from that day. As for the one underground, it should be the Divine Blood Monster King. Go! At that moment, Yi Xian ordered the Sword God Doppelganger, Old Tree, and Black Horn to rush underground. However, at that moment, the ground suddenly began to tremble violently. Then, a dragon's roar came from underground, shaking heaven and earth. Rumble. In front of Yi Xian, a blood-red dragon rushed out from underground. In an instant, a blood-red light flashed, dyeing the dark clouds in the sky red. The Divine Blood Monster King has finally come out. Yi Xian looked at the blood-red dragon and the scarlet kill above its head and couldn't help but murmur. However, this blood-red dragon's aura was more than 10 times stronger than that of the Blood Flame Giant clan's leader. The Divine Blood Monster King was no longer a pseudo-god. It had probably become a demigod. A demigod was half a step into the immortal state. It was many times stronger than a pseudo-god. However, Yi Xian was not weak. Kid, you're quite capable to be able to chase me from the 7th to the 8th heaven. This blood-colored heavenly dragon opened its bloody maw and let out a deafening roar. This should be the body of a demigod, right? Yi Xian asked coldly. That's right. This is the body of a demigod under the blood-red forest, the Divine Blood Monster King replied. Even Yi Xian did not expect there to be a demigod in the Scarlet Forest. No wonder those who tried to explore underground never appeared again. At that time, Yi Xian actually wanted to send the Sword God clone down, but because his realm was too low, he didn't go. Later on, he triggered a random mission and went after the Sacred Blood Demon King. But when he returned to the Scarlet Forest, it had disappeared. He guessed that it was the work of the Divine Blood Demon King. Now, it seemed that this was indeed the case. You're quite impressive. You actually turned on your master. Yi Xian said. This blood heavenly dragon was a demigod when it was alive. It was unknown why it had fallen in the seventh heaven. After the blood sky dragon died, it formed the blood forest, and the blood essence in its body turned into a divine blood demon king. Hearing this, the divine blood beast king coldly snorted. What do you mean by devouring his master? He died because he was incompetent. I replaced him. All right, whatever you say. Anyway, I'm here for revenge today. Yi Xian said. Revenge? The divine blood demon king was slightly surprised. He was the one who wanted to take revenge on Yi Xian. How did it become Yi Xian taking revenge on him? How dare a speck of light compete with the bright moon? I want to see how you fight against my demigod body. After saying this, the divine blood demon king transformed into a beam of blood light and swept toward Yi Xian. Yi Xian was very confident this time. Because the sword god clone's invincible body had been fully restored, he was not afraid at all. Otherwise, the sword god clone could only block attacks of level 5 and below at most. As long as the divine blood demon king's realm was not that of a level 7 demigod, he could not hurt the sword god clone. In an instant, Old Tree, Black Horn, and the others all charged over. As for the sword god clone, he first secretly put away the 100 beasts sword servants and then charged over as well. He wanted to see how strong the divine blood demon king was. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, an earth-shattering battle broke out in the sky. Yi Xian currently had 3 people on his side. They were the sword god clone, Old Tree, and Black Horn. Because one of them had an invincible body, and the other 2 had unlimited resurrection. As for the sword servants, Yi Xian temporarily put them away because there would be a cooldown time after they died. However, Yi Xian had underestimated the divine blood demon king. As soon as they started fighting, Old Tree and Black Horn were killed by the divine blood demon king. However, the sword god clone was still standing strong. A false god already has a false god persona and then condenses false god power. A demigod has already raised the false god power to the peak, which is demigod power. Then they use demigod power to refine their body into demigod meridians, which is why their physique is extremely strong. As Yi Xian thought, he controlled the sword god clone to attack the divine blood demon king. Judging from the divine blood demon king's attack power, he should be around the level of a level 1 demigod. It's only because you've crossed a level, so your strength has increased a little. However, you still have to die today. At this moment, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. In the next moment, the black gold sword servants, immortal sword servants, 5 elements sword servants, and 100 beasts sword servants appeared instantly. 100 beasts parade. The 100 beasts sword servants immediately used their ultimate move. Then, gold-level Ares mounts appeared one by one. Among them, there were platinum-level Ares mounts. There were exactly 100 of them in total. This 100 beasts parade was the ultimate move of the 100 beasts sword servants. Moreover, it was combined with the Ares mount skill, so the beasts summoned were at least gold level. Large and small battle beasts filled the sky, surrounding the divine blood demon king. Divine blood demon king, today is the day you die. Go! At Yi Xian's command, hundreds of gold-level beasts charged toward the divine blood demon king. Among them, there were even 5 platinum-level super beasts. The divine blood demon king was frightened by such a lineup. However, the demigod body he occupied was the bloodthirsty sky dragon, a descendant of a divine beast with a super physique. Attacks landed on his body one after another, but they were either scattered by the flowing blood chi or blocked by the dragon scales. The only attacks that could really hurt the bloodthirsty sky dragon were the few platinum-level beasts. Of course, there were also the 5 elements sword servants and the 100 beasts sword servants. However, the wounds on the bloodthirsty sky dragon were automatically healed by the blood chi soon after they appeared. Ha ha ha, you think you can win by outnumbering me? The divine blood demon king laughed. With a swing of his dragon tail, several gold-level Ares mounts exploded. Really? Then why don't you try this? Yi Xian sneered. In the next moment, Wei Zhentian suddenly appeared. Beast God Clock. Suppress. In an instant, the divine blood demon king's laughter stopped abruptly. He felt that his physique had decreased by at least 80%. What happened? He suddenly recalled that the same thing had happened to him when he was in the Scarlet Forest. Chapter 2087. Boom! Wei Zhentian, who was only a 6th grade false god, could not block the attack and was directly blown away by the dragon's breath. However, in the next moment, it reappeared again. Old Tree, Black Horn, Wei Zhentian, and Patian, all 4 of them were magic treasures with the ability of immortality. As long as Yi Xian had an avatar, they would not die. It was impossible for the Divine Blood Monster King to kill Wei Zhentian. What? The Divine Blood Monster King was shocked. At this time. Huff, huff, huff. The wind roared again, and the surrounding gold-grade and platinum-grade warlord mounts once again launched a group attack. In addition, there were also the 5 elements sword servant and the 100 beasts sword servant in the form of a white tiger. After being shocked by Wei Zhentian, the Divine Blood Monster King's strength dropped by 80%, including his physique. The attacks that could not hurt him could now hurt him, and the attacks that could hurt him could now seriously injure him. After the Divine Blood Monster King withstood this round of attacks, his huge body suddenly gushed out like a flood of blood, pouring down like a bloody rain. Roar! The Divine Blood Monster King roared in pain, and the blood in his body began to recover. He knew that if he did not use his trump card, things would not be good. He prepared for a moment, and immediately his whole body began to bloom with blood-red light. The light shone around, and all the mounts with flesh and blood began to change. What's going on? Those mounts began to crazily pour out blood, and then gathered toward the bloodthirsty sky dragon. After the bloodthirsty sky dragon absorbed the blood, not only did its injuries begin to recover, but even its aura began to become stronger. If not for the beast god clock, I'm afraid it would have been difficult to deal with you today. Unfortunately, no matter what you do today, you will die. 100 Beasts Feast. Yi Xian thought in his heart and ordered those warlord mounts to attack. At the same time, he used the skill obtained by activating the 100 Beasts Sword Servant. The aura of these warlord mounts suddenly skyrocketed, and immediately rushed forward, instantly surrounding the bloodthirsty sky dragon. At the same time, the sword god avatar also slashed out a sword. Divine Sword Technique. A divine sword suddenly appeared, and the terrifying aura spread, causing the Divine Blood Monster King to tremble violently. He wanted to dodge the sword, but his body was surrounded by many warlord mounts, and there was even a platinum-grade super giant, holding on to his dragon tail. He could not avoid it at all. Rip! With a crisp sound, the bloodthirsty sky dragon's body was cut in 2 by the sky splitter sword. Originally, he thought the Divine Blood Monster King had a chance. However, the move that cut him was the Divine Sword Technique. Divine Sword. The Sky Sword. Divine Sword was a sword. Divine Sword. Sword. A Divine Sword. Divine Sword. Sword. Previously, when he was at the 6th or 7th heaven, Yi Xian had also used the Divine Sword Technique. At that time, the heaven-splitting Divine Sword could split open the heavens. Sky God Sky. Puff! The bloodthirsty heavenly dragon opened its big mouth and spurted out a mouthful of blood. Then, its 2 halves fell from the sky. Ding! Host has completed the random mission. Reward: 10,000 pseudo-divinity crystals. With the death of the Divine Blood Monster King, Yi Xian's random mission, which had been delayed for a long time, was finally completed. However, the completion speed was too slow, so the system rewarded him with 10,000 pseudo-divinity crystals. These 10,000 pseudo-divinity crystals were just a drop in the bucket for Yi Xian, a 6th grade pseudo-divinity. However, don't forget that it was a demigod corpse in front of him. He immediately put away the 2 halves of the bloodthirsty sky dragon's body. The blood flowing in the demigod corpse was demigod blood, which was a level higher than the pseudo-divinity blood. Yi Xian used the divine devouring system to refine it into pseudo-divinity crystals. Ding! Host has broken through. You are now a 9th grade pseudo-divinity. In an instant, Yi Xian jumped 3 levels, from 6th grade pseudo-divinity to 9th grade pseudo-divinity. This was countless times more precious than the system reward. I am now a 9th grade pseudo-divinity, only 1 step away from becoming a demigod. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. A demigod was half a step into the divine realm. His divine sword bloodline and divine battle bloodline were only at the demigod level. As long as he stepped into the divine realm, his divine sword bloodline and divine battle bloodline could grow into the unparalleled divine sword bloodline and the supreme divine battle bloodline respectively. He wondered how powerful these 2 divine bloodlines would be. Phew! Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. This random mission was the worst one he had ever completed. However, the matter was finally resolved. Through this incident, he also activated the 100 Beasts Sword Attendant and broke through to 9th grade pseudo-divinity. He was only 1 step away from becoming a demigod. Luo Luo, wait for me. I will reach the 9th heaven soon. Yi Xian thought to himself. He had already searched the soul of the bloodthirsty celestial dragon. At the same time, he understood the 8th heaven and had a preliminary understanding of the 9th heaven. Yi Xian had trained all the way from the 1st heaven to the 8th heaven. However, what he had experienced was only the tip of the iceberg of the 8th heaven. However, even if the 1st heaven was added to the 8th heaven, it was still far from the 9th heaven. Compared to the 9th heaven, the 1st heaven to the 8th heaven were just child's play. If this world was compared to a planet, then the 1st heaven would be the Earth's core, and the 9th heaven would be the Earth's surface. The surface would naturally be the most spacious. At the same time, Yi Xian also knew that the 9th heaven had a name. The 9th heaven was known as the realm of gods. Therefore, Yi Xian's divine sword technique could no longer break through the heavens. Otherwise, he would have gone directly to the 9th heaven. The 9th heaven, the realm of gods, Yi Xian, will definitely reach it. Yi Xian swore silently in his heart. This was because Luo Luo had been taken away by the guiding light from the 9th heaven. Until now, there had been no news of her. Yi Xian's current goal was to continuously become stronger. Then, he would beat up the person who had abducted Luo Luo. Currently, he was only 1 step away from the demigod realm. Based on his recent experiences, the day of his ascension to the realm of gods was not far away. The most important thing now was to increase his level to the demigod realm. However, not long after the fall of the Flaming Blood Giant clan and the Divine Blood Monster King. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound entered Yi Xian's ears. He turned his head and saw a golden pillar of light in the east. This is, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows in surprise. He suddenly recalled that when he was at the 7th heaven, the 9th heaven had sent down a guiding light and taken Luo Luo away. Now, there was another one? No, there was more than one. There were also guiding lights in the other 2 directions, but they were very far away from him. Chapter 2088. The 9th heaven is the realm of the gods. What happened? Yi Xian was curious and immediately rushed toward the nearest golden beam of light. This time, he might be able to go to the 9th heaven earlier. The first beam of light was not far from Yi Xian, and it lasted for a long time. When Yi Xian was about to arrive, the beam of light was still not over. However, just as he was about to arrive, stop right there. A loud shout entered his ears. Yi Xian stopped and looked at the man in front of him. Your Excellency, what's the matter? I have a question. Have you seen this stone before? The man took out a portrait. On the portrait was a strange stone with strange symbols on it. No. Yi Xian shook his head. Is that so? The man narrowed his eyes, and in the next moment, he attacked. A mere 2nd grade demigod dared to attack Yi Xian. He was courting death. In an instant, he was killed by Yi Xian and the others. After Yi Xian put the man's ring and body into the devouring space, he heard a system notification sound. Ding! The host has broken through and is now a 1st grade demigod. A false god already had a false godhead and could refine the false divine power. A demigod needed to refine the demigod pulse. At the same time, the false divine power would gradually transform into demigod power, and the false divine spark would grow into a demigod divine spark. Demigod pulse, demigod divine spark, and demigod power were the most powerful aspects of a demigod. However, what made Yi Xian curious was what kind of stone this man was looking for. Immediately, he began to search the corpse's soul. A divine stone of calamity breaking? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. The man was looking for a divine stone of calamity breaking. It was said to be an ability that made one immune to energy attacks. As for why he was looking for it, it was because the deity who had descended to the 8th heaven a few days ago had entrusted him with the task. Yes, it was the deity. That beam of golden light was called a miracle, and during this miracle, a deity from the 9th heaven had descended. He was looking for the divine stone of calamity breaking. A tribulation-breaking divine stone that is immune to energy attacks? Isn't my void spirit divine armor immune to energy attacks? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and suddenly had an idea. Immediately, he rushed toward the place where the golden light had descended. That place was called the 8 Directions Divine Mountain. It was said that this 8 Directions sect had once nurtured a true god who had ascended to the divine world. At that time, the 8 Directions sect was considered one of the top forces in the 8th heavenly layer, and was constantly sought after by other forces. However, after this celestial being ascended to the divine world, there was no news of him. It was suspected that he had fallen. That was why 8 Directions sect had fallen to rock bottom, unable to recover from the setback. Now, 8 Directions sect only had one rank 7 demigod. However, with the arrival of the divine masters from the divine world, the 8 Directions sect was once again the center of attention. Coincidentally, this heavenly god who descended to the 8th heavenly layer was the one who had ascended to the divine world before the 8 Directions sect. At this moment, Yi Xian was planning something in his heart. He was going to use the void spirit godly armor to exchange for some cultivation resources. TSK. Not long after, Yi Xian arrived at the 8 Directions sect. It was said that this true god who had descended to the 8th heavenly layer was here on behalf of a certain divine mountain to find the divine stone of calamity breaking. Therefore, after giving some instructions to the 8 Directions sect, he left and went to other forces. As for the other golden lights, they were all true gods who had descended. The true gods, who were rarely seen in countless years, had descended one after another, shocking the people of the 8th heavenly layer. For a time, this had become the most popular topic in the area. Sir, is there something you need? After Yi Xian arrived at the 8 Directions sect's mountain gate, an 8 Directions sect disciple stopped Yi Xian. I have news of the divine stone of calamity breaking. Yi Xian said directly. What? The disciple was shocked. He sized up Yi Xian and found that he was only a rank 1 demigod. Are you sure? The disciple couldn't help but ask. I'm sure. Yi Xian nodded. Good, then come with me. The 8 Directions sect disciple nodded and immediately brought Yi Xian into the 8 Directions sect, then handed him over to an 8 Directions sect elder. This 8 Directions sect elder was a rank 6 demigod and was one of the top experts in the 8 Directions sect. Boy, you have news of the divine stone of calamity breaking? The 8 Directions sect elder asked. Yes. After the sword god's doppelganger finished speaking, he directly summoned the void spirit divine armor and said, I obtained this set of armor in a fortuitous encounter. It has the effect of the divine stone of calamity breaking. I suspect that the divine stone of calamity breaking might have been mixed in when it was forged. Armor? The elder was stunned and immediately raised his hand to launch an attack. This attack was only at the rank 1 demigod level, but when it fell on the void spirit divine armor, it was instantly shattered. The elder was skeptical and attacked with the sword chi of a rank 2 demigod, but it was still shattered by the void spirit divine armor. Following that, he attacked with the sword chi of a rank 3 demigod, then a rank 4 demigod. This is unbelievable. Even if it's a lower rank demigod artifact, after receiving such an attack, there should be cracks on it. The elder was shocked. Then, he tried the rank 5 demigod attack, than his rank 6 demigod attack. However, his full-force attack could not leave any mark on the Void Spirit Divine Armor. The Divine Stone of Calamity Breaking. It was indeed the Divine Stone of Calamity Breaking. Of course, it was unlikely that an entire Divine Stone of Calamity Breaking was used, but as long as some powder was mixed in during the forging, it would be enough to achieve such an effect. "Young man, where did you get this set of armor?" the elder asked. "From a ruin, but it doesn't matter. I can give this set of armor to you." Yi Xian smiled. The elder was stunned and said, "Could it be that this set of armor did not recognize you as its owner?" Treasures of this level would generally recognize an owner. Once it recognized an owner and the owner died, the treasure would disappear with him. How could this be? Unless this set of armor did not recognize an owner at all. "Elder, this set of armor of mine is in exchange for some cultivation resources. What do you think, Elder?" Yi Xian said with a smile. "Good, that's great." The Eight Paths Sect Elder was so happy that he almost cried. This was something that the big shots of the God Realm needed, and now that he had it, he would definitely be rewarded greatly. "I'll use all these things to exchange for this set of armor. What do you think?" The elder generously took out a pile of things. After Yi Xian saw it, he was also overjoyed and hurriedly put everything into the devouring space. The elder was not afraid that Yi Xian would take the things and leave. After all, the latter was only a rank 1 demigod. It was wishful thinking to take away the things under his watch. Yi Xian did not say much and directly took off the Void Spirit Divine Armor and handed it to the elder. "Very good. You can stay in my 8 Paths sect now. Maybe the sect leader will see you." After the elder finished speaking, he took the Void Spirit Divine Armor and hurriedly left. Chapter 2089. These things are enough to create a 4th grade demigod. Yi Xian's eyes lit up as he gobbled up the good stuff. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently a 2nd grade demigod. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently a 3rd grade demigod. His realm had broken through continuously and reached 3rd grade demigod. Now, with his strength, there was no need to be afraid of 8 Direction Sect. However, he was still wary of that deity. After all, that deity was a deity. Not long after, the sect leader of 8 Direction Sect came looking for him. "Young man, can you tell me the location of the ruins?" asked the sect leader of 8 Direction Sect. Behind him was the elder from earlier. However, since Yi Xian had deliberately concealed his aura and this was no small matter, the sect leader of 8 Direction Sect did not pay much attention to him. "That place is in the 7th heaven." Yi Xian casually told him the location, but it was actually the Scarlet Forest from earlier. However, the sect leader of 8 Direction Sect did not believe it. "Okay, then let me ask you again. Why did the set of armor you gave Elder Lin just now disappear for no reason?" asked the sect leader of 8 Direction Sect. "Disappeared?" Needless to say, Yi Xian must have kept it. After all, it was Wei Zhentian that turned into the Void Spirit Divine Armor, not a real demigod artifact. "I'm not sure." Yi Xian shook his head. "Young man, I'm sorry to offend you." As soon as he finished speaking, the sect leader of 8 Direction Sect, a 7th grade demigod, flashed behind Yi Xian and pressed his hand on Yi Xian's forehead, preparing to search his soul. Yi Xian reacted immediately. In the next moment, he directly used the Eye of Assassination to appear behind the elder. Rip! With a crisp sound, the elder's head was directly thrown into the air, and the universe ring fell into Yi Xian's hand. With Yi Xian's current realm of 3rd grade demigod, it was extremely easy to kill a 6th grade demigod with a sneak attack. The sect leader of 8 Direction Sect did not expect Yi Xian to have such a method. He immediately turned around and threw a punch. This blow was enough to kill a 6th grade demigod, but the fist fell on the Void Spirit Divine Armor and was easily blocked. "Finish him." Without another word, Yi Xian released the old tree and the others. A storm of blood began. The 8 Directions Sect master was the strongest expert in the 8 Directions Sect. His cultivation had already reached rank 7 demigod realm. However, this level of strength was nothing to Yi Xian. Under the joint attack of Old Tree, Black Horn, Black Gold Sword Servants, Undying Sword Servants, and 5 Elements Sword Servants, the sect master of 8 Paths sect was killed. The interspatial ring also fell into the hands of Yi Xian. Ding! The host has broken through and is now a rank 4 demigod. Yi Xian made another breakthrough. Then, he used the mask of truth and illusion to disguise himself as the sect master of 8 Paths sect. A perfect disguise. As long as he did not make a move, even a 9th rank demigod or a true deity might not be able to recognize him. I'm just dealing with a small fry who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Everyone, disperse. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly leaped into the air and shouted. The commotion just now had attracted the attention of the surrounding disciples, so Yi Xian hurriedly explained as the sect master of 8 Paths sect. When the group of disciples heard this, they immediately dispersed. After that, he took out a communication token. After a moment of contemplation, he opened his mouth and spoke. Old ancestor, I found a set of battle armor mixed with tribulation-breaking divine stones. Yi Xian disguised himself as the sect master of 8 Paths sect and said. The next moment, a middle-aged man's voice was heard. I'll be right there. At this time, the person Yi Xian transmitted his voice to was the deity who descended from the divine world. He was also from the 8 Paths sect, so his seniority was much higher than the sect master of 8 Paths sect. Yi Xian was waiting here, ready to welcome the deity. If a demigod wanted to prove his status as a deity, he had to pass the divine tribulation. Once he passed the divine tribulation, he would undergo earth-shattering changes. Demigod lattice, demigod power, and demigod bloodline would all transform into godhead, divine power, and divine bloodline. A deity would not encounter any danger in the 8 paths of heaven, unless he encountered an opponent of the same level. The old ancestor of 8 Paths sect only took a short time to arrive at the 8 Paths sect. No one knew where he came from. In any case, his speed was astonishing. In the 8 Paths sect, Yi Xian immediately flashed out after sensing the powerful aura, then quickly used the Death Hunt token to mark the deity. This is the deity. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, feeling a little uneasy. Although Wei Zhentian's mask of truth was very useful, he was facing a deity after all. He did not know if he would be exposed. Old ancestor, you're here. Yi Xian hurriedly greeted him with a smile. This deity had the appearance of a middle-aged man. He looked no different from an ordinary demigod. However, he was wearing a white armor with 2 words engraved on his chest, White Flame. Yi Xian knew that this was a faction in the 9 paths called the White Flame Divine Mountain. This deity had joined the White Flame Divine Mountain. He had only come to the 8 paths after receiving a mission. Cut the crap. Where's the item? The middle-aged deity asked directly. Hearing this, Yi Xian prepared to take out the Void Spirit Divine Armor. However, his expression changed drastically in the next moment. Oh no, the Void Spirit Divine Armor was transformed by Wei Zhentian, and so was the Mask of Truth. Now that I'm wearing the Mask of Truth, how am I going to take out the Void Spirit Divine Armor? It was only then that Yi Xian discovered a loophole. He quickly used the Divine Devouring system to extract the memories of the dead elder and tamper with them. Old ancestor, please take a look at this. Yi Xian took out a floating image crystal and threw it over. This floating image crystal recorded the scene of the elder testing the Void Spirit Divine Armor. After watching it, the middle-aged deity's eyes lit up. He said, it might be the tribulation-breaking divine stone. Where's the item? This. Elder Lin took this precious armor. I don't know where he went. Maybe. Yi Xian stammered. Bastard, how dare you steal from me? You're courting death. The middle-aged deity was furious. He immediately spread out his divine sense, but he did not find Elder Lin of the 8 Paths sect. Immediately, he left his original spot and began to search his surroundings. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian transformed Wei Zhentian into the Void Spirit Divine Armor and put it on the Sword God's clone. Then, he launched an attack on the Eight Paths sect. Rumble. The entire Eight Paths sect was like a scene from hell. It was massacred by Yi Xian. However, these dead people would be resurrected by Yi Xian in the future, and then be absorbed into the devouring system to live in it. Now, their role was to act as extras for Yi Xian to act out the show. Chapter 2090. The middle-aged man was taken aback. He turned to look at Yi Xian and asked, "Did you do it?" "Ha ha ha, the armor mixed with the calamity-breaking divine stone is indeed powerful. Even the sect master died in my hands." Yi Xian suddenly burst out laughing. "You are Elder Lin?" The middle-aged man finally reacted. At this time, Yi Xian was wearing the Void Spirit Divine Armor. Moreover, it was the first time he saw it, so he did not feel anything was wrong. "Old ancestor, I'm sorry. I just wanted to test the armor made with the calamity-breaking divine stone to see if it is really that powerful," Yi Xian said. The middle-aged man was already angry. He shouted, "Give it to me and I'll spare your dog life." Hearing this, Yi Xian shook his head and said, "That won't do. If you want this armor, you have to use something else." "Shameless boasting. You're courting death." The middle-aged man's expression changed. Good Lord, a mere demigod dared to speak to him in such a manner. He was really courting death. However, he had overlooked one thing. Elder Lin was a 6th-grade demigod, and the person in front of him was only a 4th-grade demigod. In an instant, the middle-aged man attacked himself, preparing to seize the Void Spirit Divine Armor. Of course, the strength he displayed was only that of a 7th-grade demigod. However, what surprised him was that his attack was instantly dispersed when it landed on the Void Spirit Divine Armor. His attack was ineffective. It is indeed the calamity-breaking divine stone. With it, the Mountain Master can safely pass the divine tribulation. The middle-aged man thought to himself. The Mountain Master was the owner of the White Flame's sacred mountain. He was in a very dangerous situation. As time passed, the time of the divine tribulation was approaching. Therefore, he had to rely on the calamity-breaking divine stone. The calamity-breaking divine stone ignored energy attacks and could even withstand the divine tribulation. The middle-aged man was planning to test how much of the calamity-breaking divine stone powder was mixed into the armor. For him, the more the better. His attack just now was only that of a 7th-grade demigod. However, this attack was enough to kill the sect master of the Eight Paths sect, who was also a 7th-grade demigod. However, Yi Xian was able to remain unharmed. Therefore, the middle-aged man planned to increase his attack to that of a 8th-grade demigod. Swish! A flash of broadsword light tore through the air and landed on the Void Spirit Divine Armor again. However, like before, it had no effect. Since there was none, then he would try a rank 9 demigod attack. Pooh! The attack was still dispersed by the Void Spirit Divine Armor. At this moment, the middle-aged divine being's expression became somewhat strange. If even a 9th-rank demigod's attack could not harm it, then he would have to attack with all his might. Although he was only a 1st-grade deity, he was still a deity. His full-powered attack was enough to kill a deity. Would this armor be able to withstand it? If they can't handle it, then even if they bring it to the mountain chieftain, they won't be of much help. The middle-aged man thought to himself. In fact, the mountain lord of the White Flame Divine Mountain didn't have much hope. He was already prepared to be struck to death by the divine tribulation. He only sent a few people to search for him. The more powerful deities would search for them in the god realm, while the weaker ones would come to the 8th layer of heaven to try their luck. Who knows, they might be able to reap some unexpected benefits. In any case, they were just treating a dead horse as a living one. Who would have thought that he would really find it? Old ancestor, why aren't you attacking? At this moment, Yi Xian asked. You're courting death. The middle-aged divine being's anger surged. He slashed the long saber in his hand and a dazzling saber ray pierced through the air. Huff, huff, huff. In an instant, the the divine being's full-powered attack landed on Yi Xian's void spirit divine armor. However, to the middle-aged divine being's surprise, his attack did not have any effect on the armor. Calamity-breaking divine stone. It must be the calamity-breaking divine stone. At this moment, the middle-aged divine being was 100% sure. The calamity-breaking divine stone must have been mixed into this armor. Old ancestor, why don't we make a deal? Yi Xian asked. What deal? The middle-aged divine being was surprised. I'll give you this armor. Yi Xian said. Also, you have to promise that you won't kill me after you get this armor. The middle-aged divine being said slowly, you have the most guts I've ever seen. Old ancestor, although this armor can withstand energy attacks, it can't withstand ordinary attacks. If you want to kill me, it'll be easy. However, if you do that, you won't be able to ensure the integrity of this armor. Yi Xian said. The middle-aged divine being hesitated when he heard this. He had already verified the effect of this armor. In his opinion, this armor must have been mixed with the calamity-breaking divine stone. If he were to make a move and kill Yi Xian, then this armor would probably be destroyed as well. Think about it, which one is better, to bring back a complete set of armor or a damaged set of armor? Of course, the complete one. Alright, what do you want? The middle-aged divine being immediately agreed. Of course, his purpose was only to get the armor. As for Yi Xian, he naturally wanted to kill Yi Xian because he had angered him. I need a heavenly treasure that can allow me to cultivate to the peak of the 9th stage demigod realm. Yi Xian said directly. What? The middle-aged divine being was stunned. Yi Xian was really asking for an exorbitant price. He wanted so many heavenly treasures just by opening his mouth. However, in the divine world, countless demigods at the peak of the 9th stage demigod realm had died under the deity's tribulation. Even with so many heavenly treasures, one might not be able to become a deity. Moreover, it had been some time since he had become a god. These things were nothing to him. Alright, I can give them to you. However, if you try to play any tricks, I will kill you even if it means destroying the armor. The middle-aged divine being immediately agreed. With my strength, how would I dare to deceive you? Yi Xian said with a smile. Then, the middle-aged divine being casually sucked in a scattered interspatial ring and put some things into it. Yi Xian watched as the heavenly treasures were put into the interspatial ring. Then, the middle-aged divine being threw them to him. Tsk tisk. Yi Xian caught the interspatial ring and immediately devoured everything in it. Ding! The host has made a breakthrough. The host is now an 8th stage demigod. After devouring everything in the interspatial ring, Yi Xian had advanced by 4 levels. If not for the fact that he needed more experience points than the average person, he would have broken through to the peak of the 9th stage demigod realm. The middle-aged divine being was shocked by the change in Yi Xian's aura. How could a person break through from the 4th stage demigod realm to the 8th stage demigod realm in an instant? How did you do it? The middle-aged divine being was surprised. I will tell you when you are dead. Yi Xian's face suddenly turned cold. His tone had also changed drastically. Chapter 2091. You're toying with me? The middle-aged deity immediately reacted and said, Do you think that you can fight me just because you are an 8th rank demigod and have a set of armor made with the divine stone of calamity? Who said I'm the only one? Yi Xian sneered. In the next moment, Old Tree, Black Horn, Black Gold Swordsman, Undying Swordsman, 5 Element Swordsman, and 100 Beasts Swordsman all appeared. A great battle was about to break out. Yi Xian had to go all out. You're courting death. Seeing this, the middle-aged man's eyes lit up. He immediately attacked Old Tree and the others. At the same time, the 100 Beasts Swordsmen also used their ultimate move. 100 Beasts Parade. Hundreds of figures appeared again. This time, Yi Xian summoned 88 gold war god mounts. In addition, there were 11 platinum war god mounts. 88 gold war god mounts and 11 platinum war god mounts made a total of 99 gold war god mounts. The 100th war god mount was not a gold or platinum war god mount. It was a violet gold war god mount that was one level higher than platinum war god mount. It was a cute little bird called the heaven shrouding rock. It could change its size at will. At its current level, the heaven shrouding rock could cover up to 1,000,000 kilometers of land. The heaven shrouding rock lived up to its name. Let's go. At Yi Xian's command, all of them charged at the middle-aged man like ferocious beasts. At the same time, he activated the skill given by the 100 Beasts Swordsman, 100 Beasts Feast. There was a huge gap between demigods and gods. However, Yi Xian was at the peak of 8th stage demigod realm. With so many helpers, he was not afraid at all. White flame divine fire. Burn all of you to ashes. The middle-aged man also took out his trump card. This was the product of cultivating the white flame divine skill in the white flame divine mountain. It was a type of divine fire that was extremely powerful. Unfortunately, this thing was useless against the 5-element swordsmen. The 5-element swordsmen were immune to all 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Although the white flame divine fire was a divine fire, it was still of the fire element. The 5 elemental sword attendants charged forward and absorbed all the white divine fire. Then, the 5 elemental sword attendants' auras surged. What? He swallowed the white flame divine fire? The middle-aged man was shocked. Where did these people come from? Each one was scarier than the other. While he was still in shock, he had already been completely surrounded. Following that, one terrifying attack after another was launched at him. Despite having a divine body, the middle-aged deity was unable to withstand such a powerful attack and was instantly injured. However, it was not that easy to kill a deity. Puchi. The purple gold war god mount, the heaven shrouding rock, expanded in size and grabbed the middle-aged man with its claws. Following that, the strength-type war god mounts also made their move. Although these war god mounts were powerful, only the sword servants of 5 elements, sword servants of 100 beasts, and the great rock could pose a threat to the middle-aged god. Of course, there was also the divine sword's secret art. However, the fact that he was able to summon a violet gold Aries mount was beyond Yi Xian's expectations, so he probably wouldn't need to use the divine sword technique. You dare to kill me? The middle-aged divine being widened his eyes and asked in disbelief. Yi Xian was only an 8th grade demigod, but he dared to kill a deity. How audacious of him. Deities are just a group of people who have reached a certain level of strength. So what if I kill you? Yi Xian said coldly. Now, he had no other thoughts about killing people. He could kill as he pleased. Firstly, he wanted to kill people and steal their treasures so that he could find Luo Luo as soon as possible. Secondly, he would keep the corpses of those he killed. When he reached a certain level, he would revive them and let them live in the devouring space. Therefore, killing a deity was not difficult for him at all. Puchi. With a crisp sound, the middle-aged divine being's head was pierced through by the saber-toothed tiger transformed from the 100 Beasts sword attendant. Dead. Yi Xian, as an 8th grade demigod, had killed a deity. It was terrifying. However, this was not the main point. Immediately, he put away the corpse along with the interspatial ring. How much wealth did a deity have? Ding. The host has made a breakthrough. The host is now at the peak of 9th grade demigod. After Yi Xian had devoured most of the middle-aged god's wealth, the system beeped. At this time, Yi Xian had reached the peak of demigod. He was only one step away from becoming a deity. The last step was the deity's tribulation. Ding. According to the system's calculation, the success rate of the host's tribulation is 100%. The system beeped again. There were many factors that could affect the success rate of the tribulation. For example, Yi Xian's demigod strength, physique, and magic treasures. However, the most important factor was the void spirit divine armor. The system had already taken all the factors into account by Yi Xian, but the rest were useless. The void spirit divine armor alone was enough for him to pass the deity's tribulation. Come on, deity's tribulation. Yi Xian said nothing and started to guide the deity's tribulation. Whether it was the 8th heaven or the 9th heaven, there were people dying under the terrifying deity's tribulation. Yi Xian had just broken through to the peak of demigod 9th heaven and started to guide the deity's tribulation. If others knew about this, they would definitely scold him for overestimating himself. However, Yi Xian was 100% sure that he could pass the tribulation. At this time, somewhere in the 8th heaven, Yi Xian's original body was wearing the void spirit divine armor. He could feel the tribulation cloud above his head getting bigger and bigger. After a long time. Ding! The tribulation lightning is about to strike. The countdown begins. 3, 2, 1. Boom! Yi Xian suddenly heard a roar. When he raised his head, he saw a thin bolt of tribulation lightning striking down. Then, it accurately landed on his head. Unfortunately, this bolt of tribulation lightning was easily dispersed by the void spirit divine armor. The best way for ordinary people to pass the deity's tribulation was to resist the tribulation lightning. This would allow the tribulation lightning to remove the impurities in their body. After breaking through to the true God level, they would be stronger than others. Secondly, it was to use a treasure to resist the power of the tribulation lightning. This way, the tribulation lightning would be less effective. Yi Xian used the void spirit divine armor to be immune to the tribulation lightning. However, he had the deity's devouring system. Ding! The host has passed the deity's tribulation and obtained the deity position. The host is currently a lower first stage true god. Others needed to use the tribulation lightning to refine their demigod body into a true god body. Yi Xian had the deity's devouring system to strengthen himself. After passing the deity's tribulation, his body had undergone a tremendous change. He sensed it and could not help but smile. He sighed and said, "Who in the 8th heaven can withstand my sword?" Chapter 2092. Now that Yi Xian had become a lower grade 1 true god, coupled with the enhancement of his bloodline, no one could withstand a single strike from him. At the same time, he also had the qualifications to break through the 8th level of heaven and enter the 9th level of heaven. However, this was not the end. The old tree and the others were Yi Xian's subordinates. Now that Yi Xian had become a true god, they could also benefit and become a true god. However, to Yi Xian's surprise, the notification that he had imagined did not appear completely. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through and is now a lower grade 1 true god. Ding! Flame engulfing unicorn, devouring black scaled dragon, and breaking sky divine ape have reached the upper limit and cannot break through. Hearing this, Yi Xian was dumbfounded. The old tree, black horn, and breaking sky have reached the upper limit and cannot become a true god? Yi Xian murmured and immediately told the three of them. Sigh, it seems that this is the end of our road, the old tree sighed. Don't worry, there will definitely be fortuitous encounters in the future that can improve your bloodline. Yi Xian hurriedly said. Young master, there's no need. The old tree shook his head and said, all these years, we have watched you grow from a mortal to an immortal and then become a true god. We are already satisfied. I'm afraid that you will have to walk the path from now on. If possible, the two of us would like to live a quiet life in the devouring space like breaking sky. Hearing this, Yi Xian could not help but fall silent. Breaking sky had not appeared for a long time. Although his cultivation level had always followed, due to his bloodline, his combat power had always been lacking. Ding! Host has triggered a random mission. Cancel the contract with flame engulfing unicorn, devouring black scaled dragon, and breaking sky divine ape. Reward, none. The system notification made Yi Xian roll his eyes. This was the first time that he had encountered a random mission without a reward. Even though he had been slow in completing the last mission to kill the Sacred Blood Demon King, he had still received 10,000 pseudo-divine gems as a reward. But this time, this was the request of the old tree. Presumably, they were tired and didn't want to fight anymore, so they wanted to live a quiet life. Old tree, I respect your decision. Yi Xian nodded, then released the old tree, black horn, and heaven breaker from their contracts. From now on, he only had 2 treasures left. One was Luo Luo, who was picked up by the guiding light of the 9 heavens, and the other was Wei Zhentian. If they had any fortuitous encounters in the future, the old tree trio would not mutate and evolve into a stronger bloodline. Thank you, young master. Old tree grinned. Alright, you can live in the devouring space. You won't be in any danger here. Yi Xian nodded. He was the master of the devouring space. Even a god would die if he entered. Moreover, even if the old tree trio were free, they could live with Yi Xian's family. Moreover, they could marry and have children in the future. Presumably, this was the real reason why the old tree trio was free. Of course, Yi Xian was very grateful to the old tree trio. The 3 of them had outstanding battle achievements. If it weren't for them, Yi Xian wouldn't have grown to where he was today. Now, it was time for them to retire. Fortunately, Wei Zhentian's talent is enough to keep up with my footsteps. Yi Xian smiled. Wei Zhentian was his first treasure. He had died once, but was resurrected after the devouring space upgraded. Then, he had followed Yi Xian all the way to where he was today. As for the second treasure, Luo Luo, she was now in the 9 heavens. Yi Xian could also sense her presence, but the distance between them couldn't be measured by a chasm. In short, they were very far apart. Luo Luo, wait for me. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He rushed directly into the clouds, then with a casual swing of his sword, he broke open the 8 heavens. However, the moment he rushed into the dark space, the system notification sounded again. Ding, the 9 heavens is close to the outland. If the host enters the 9 heavens, the system will activate a hidden mode. At that time, an unknown malfunction may occur. What? Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes widened. The system would malfunction after entering the 9 heavens? What's going on? What is the outland? Why would it activate a hidden mode? Yi Xian didn't understand the situation. This unforeseen event made him stop. However, he guessed that this was inevitable, unless he stayed in the 8 heavens. However, if he stayed in the 8 heavens, how could he continue to grow and find Luo Luo? Therefore, he decided to give it a try. At that moment, he broke open the 8 heavens again and rushed into the dark space between the 8 heavens and the 9 heavens. Ding, the host confirms that he wants to enter the 9 heavens? Yes. This time, Yi Xian didn't hesitate and directly answered. After he answered, the system didn't respond. The dark space between the 8 heavens and the 9 heavens was quite long. Yi Xian flew for 3 days and 3 nights before he came out. On the 4th day, Yi Xian finally arrived at the 9 heavens, which was the realm of gods. Ding, the system automatically entered a hidden mode. Ding, the Tower of Trial system is closed. Ding, the sect system is closed. Ding, Wei Zhentian's flying sword form has been lost. The Dharma treasure form has been reset to 0. Ding, the bloodline of the sword god has changed. Ding, the bloodline of the god of war has changed. Ding, all titles have been lost. The system notification sounded one after another. He didn't expect that the system would malfunction so much just by activating a hidden mode. This was terrible. Damn, Wei Zhentian's Dharma treasure form has been reset to 0? Before Yi Xian finished listening, his head sank. Wei Zhentian's Dharma treasure form was very useful, such as the Beast God Bell and the Void Spirit Divine Armor. The entire Wei Zhentian was only left with the ability to transform. The Dharma treasure forms that he fixed before were all lost. It was a terrible sight. Moreover, there was a change. Now, Wei Zhentian's Dharma treasure form could only transform into 3 Dharma treasures a day. Every time it was used, the Dharma treasure would be refreshed and could not be used again unless the Dharma treasure was fixed. Moreover, Wei Zhentian could only transform into 3 Dharma treasures a day. Of course, if it was a fixed Dharma treasure, it was not limited. However, the change of Wei Zhentian was not the main point. What made Yi Xian helpless was that the bloodline of the sword god and the bloodline of the god of war had changed. The doppelganger of the sword god was gone. Not only that, the two doppelganger in the mortal world and the second heaven had also disappeared. System, you at $s $be a %, Yi Xian couldn't help but curse. Immediately, he quickly checked the two demigod bloodlines. God. The two most important bloodlines had actually become weak. Now, the bloodline of the sword god was only left with the body of the sword god and the invincible sword servant. Moreover, among the invincible sword servants, the black gold sword servant, the five elements sword servant, and the undying sword servant were all lost. Only the 100 beasts sword servant was left. The godly sword path's advancement route was also lost after the system made a mistake. In other words, the godly sword technique was gone. Yi Xian's trump cards were lost one after another because of the system's error. It was terrible. Ding, all the lost advancement routes can be found. The system prompted. How do I find them? Yi Xian immediately asked. Ding, the method is unknown. Please find it yourself. This answer made Yi Xian roll his eyes. You are the system, how could you not know? Fortunately, the invincible sword servant's advancement route was still there. Otherwise, Yi Xian would cry to death. If it was just the body of the sword god, how could it be considered the bloodline of the sword god? Besides, the bloodline of the god of war only lost one god of war domain skill. The change was not too big. No, it was not just the god of war domain. What the hell, the god of war mount's gold rank summon level dropped to the silver rank? Yi Xian rolled his eyes again. How could a silver rank god of war mount be compared to a gold rank god of war mount? Fortunately, with the degradation of this skill, the devour points required to upgrade it had also decreased. Now, it only required 3 devour points to upgrade it again, returning it to the level of a gold tier summon. However, what made Yi Xian suffer the most was that the sword god's doppelganger actually disappeared. This meant that from now on, he could only move in person. Sigh. Yi Xian sighed and summed up the changes this time. Due to the system's error, the Tower of Trial system was shut down, the sect system was shut down, Wei Zhentian's flying sword form was lost, the treasure form was reset to 0, and the bloodline of the sword god and bloodline of the god of war had changed. In addition, the eyes of the void and the eyes of assassination that had been with him for a long time were also lost, leaving only the eyes of insight and the death pursuit order. Wei Zhentian's luck value and critical hit effect were also gone. From now on, unless he increased his luck value again, there would be no critical hit or one-hit kill effect. As such, he was only left with the exchange system, forging system, and mission system. As for the skills, he was only left with the devouring hand, devour from a distance, eyes of insight, death pursuit order, summon invincible sword servant, and summon god of war mount. Other than that, he was only left with Wei Zhentian as his helper. However, Wei Zhentian's treasure form was reset to 0, the mask of truth used for disguise, the void spirit divine armor that was immune to energy attacks, and the beast god clock that suppressed beasts by 80% and had the ability to search souls. Now that I am a lower rank 1 true god, without the void spirit divine armor, I have to be careful. Yi Xian thought in his heart. Previously, he still had 2 ordinary doppelgangers and an invincible sword god doppelganger, but now, he had nothing. Therefore, he had to be extremely careful. At this moment. Ding! After the system entered the hidden mode, a malfunction occurred. Host, please repair the system as soon as possible, otherwise, it may continue to malfunction. Ding! The system will compensate the host and begin to randomly draw compensation rewards. Chapter 2093. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have received a random reward from the system. Attribute, critical hit. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have received a random reward from the system. Attribute, luck has increased. critical hit attribute and luck attribute? Yi Xian frowned slightly, but quickly relaxed. The two rewards from the system seemed to be the same as the previous rewards, but that was not the case. First of all, the critical hit attribute had a high probability of triggering 10 times the critical hit. At the same time, there was a small probability of triggering a one-hit kill. This was the difference. The 3 words high probability explained everything. Then there was the luck attribute. Although it seemed vague, in actual use, it could greatly increase Yi Xian's chances of discovering special items and discovering hidden random missions. It was much more practical than the previous luck attribute. It could be said that the 2 rewards from the system were practically tailor-made for Yi Xian to quickly recover his strength. The most important thing for Yi Xian to do now was to find Luo Luo. But now, there was no news of Luo Luo at all. He could only sense the general direction of where Luo Luo was, but the distance between the two could not be described as a chasm. Hence, even though Yi Xian was anxious, there was nothing he could do. He could only take it one step at a time. If a true god was said to be invincible in the 8th heaven, in the 9th heaven, they were cheap goods that could be found everywhere. With Yi Xian's current lower rank 1 true god, he was completely at the bottom of the realm of the gods. A system error had caused Yi Xian to fall to the lowest point in history. It would not be easy to find Luo Luo and recover his strength. Yi Xian's current plan was to first hide himself and then look for an opportunity to break through. After all, he was only left with his original body. He did not have his life-saving doppelganger, the sword god doppelganger, and even the elusive spirit god armor. Fortunately, the basic function of the system, the devouring ability, had not malfunctioned. If the devouring ability had malfunctioned, it would have been a real tragedy. Yi Xian observed his surroundings carefully, but did not find anything special. However, a divine mountain in front of him caught his attention. Where there are mountains, there are beasts. Now that I'm in the god realm, should I be called a divine beast? Well then, I'll use these divine beasts to level up first. Yi Xian said in his heart. These words were filled with helplessness, but they were also filled with unparalleled dominance. 9 Luo 7 Extremes Mountain. This was where Yi Xian was heading. However, what Yi Xian did not know was that this sacred mountain was not as simple as he had imagined. When Yi Xian arrived at the edge of the sacred mountain, he couldn't help but stop. It was just as he thought. Where there are mountains, there are beasts. 3rd stage Divine Beast, Roaring God Ape. A divine beast of the 5th grade, with sharp teeth. A large group of divine beasts was right in front of Yi Xian. This is a good place. This place is simply tailor-made for me. Yi Xian lightly smiled, then directly charged forward. Ding! The host has triggered the chain random mission, Divine Beast Battle Royale. The first round, 100 Beasts Slaughter. Ding! The host has triggered the chain random mission, System Recast. At this stage, the host will receive different kinds of random missions. Every time the host completes a round, the recovery time of the system will be sped up. When all are completed, the host will have the ability to customize the recast system. The 2 system prompts caused Yi Xian to be slightly stunned. System Recast. There was actually such a hidden setting. Although Yi Xian didn't know the specifics of the system's recasting. However, just by hearing the name, he knew that the recast system had to be related to the system malfunction. It seemed that this Jiu Luo 7 Extremes Mountain was just a small part of the chain task of the recast system. In an instant, Yi Xian thought of a saying. If it was a blessing, it was not a curse. If it was a curse, it could not be avoided. Indeed, this saying was not wrong at all. Yi Xian, who had just been in trouble because of the system malfunction, saw the light of hope in the blink of an eye. Kill. Without another word, Yi Xian summoned the 100 Beasts Sword Servant and charged toward the group of divine beasts. 100 Beasts Attack. The 100 Beasts Sword Attendant immediately used its ultimate move and summoned over 100 War God mounts. However, due to the system malfunction, the original minimum summoning power of the Ares mounts was reduced from gold to silver, and their strength was greatly reduced. However, even if it was a silver-grade war god mount, it was still a divine beast. Now, it was a battle between divine beasts. On Yi Xian's side, critical hits were constantly triggered, and occasionally, a sure kill skill was triggered. However, in this place, even the lowest level of divine beasts were much higher in cultivation than Yi Xian. However, this was nothing to Yi Xian. In just half a day, he had killed hundreds of low-level divine beasts. Ding! The host has completed the first round of the Divine Beast Battle Royale and triggered the second round, 1000 Beast Slaughter. Should he continue killing? Yi Xian did not mind. Although killing these divine beasts did not give him many benefits, Yi Xian's strength increased rapidly by devouring the corpses of these divine beasts. At this point, killing hundreds of low-level divine beasts had increased Yi Xian's strength to lower level 2 True God. Ding! The host has completed the second round of the Divine Beast Battle Royale and triggered the third round, 1000 Beast Slaughter. After the 1000 Beast Slaughter, there was still the 1000 Beast Slaughter. This was such a ridiculous chain of missions. Yi Xian had been circling around the Jiu Luo 7 Extreme Sacred Mountain for a total of 7 days. Kill. Kill without limit. Yi Xian's strength was not enough to enter the inner parts of the Jiu Luo 7 Extreme Sacred Mountain. He could only surround the sacred mountain and kill those divine beasts that were alone or in small groups. However, this endless battle still made Yi Xian somewhat annoyed. Of course, Yi Xian's strength continued to increase. At this point, Yi Xian was already a lower level 5 True God. To be honest, this kind of speed of improvement was very satisfying. Most importantly, this was part of the system's reforging. Yi Xian would not give up. Another 15 days. As his strength increased, Yi Xian's ability to kill divine beasts also increased. In 15 days, he had killed over 10,000 divine beasts. It could be said that all the low-level divine beasts around the Jiu Luo 7 Extreme Sacred Mountain were all killed by Yi Xian. Of course, this endless battle also brought Yi Xian a lot of benefits. Lower level 9 True God. Who would have thought that a guy who had ascended to level 9 for a month would go from a lower level 1 True God to a level 9 True God? That was a full 8 levels increase. This kind of leveling speed was simply unheard of. After such a long period of killing, Yi Xian could not help but feel numb. Fortunately, after the 1000 Beast Slaughter, there was no 100,000 Beast Slaughter. Ding! Host has completed the 1000 Beast Slaughter mission and triggered the fourth round, the Jiu Luo 7 Extreme Sacred Beast Slaughter mission. At the same time, Host will receive a random divine weapon. Ding! Rewards are being drawn. Ding! Congratulations to Host for obtaining the upgradable divine weapon, the God Slayer. The reward was given. A sword? Yi Xian took the god-slaying sword that the system gave him. However, just from looking at it, he sucked in a breath of cold air. What F*** King attributes? Chapter 2094. Currently, the god-slaying sword was in its primary form and had a special attribute, god-slaying. When facing a demon god, Yao god, or underworld god, it would buff the host by 5%. It had a special offensive skill, God-slaying slash. When facing any demon god, Yao god, underworld god, or other ES god, it would definitely deal a critical hit. It had a special defensive skill, Divine Soul Shield. When the host killed any demon god, Yao god, spiritual god, or other ES god, it would automatically store the Divine Soul Fragments. When necessary, the Divine Soul Fragments would be used to create an invincible shield. What a powerful god-slaying sword. This was only in its primary form, but it already had such a strong suppressive ability. Could this be the real compensation from the system to Yi Xian? Compared to the previous two attributes, this god-slaying sword was undoubtedly more than 100 times stronger. Yi Xian was overjoyed. This time, he was really overjoyed. This was good stuff. This was definitely a super good thing that he had not expected. If it was not for the system's compensation, Yi Xian would not have been able to obtain such a good item by himself. With the god-slaying sword in hand, Yi Xian once again found that invincible feeling. Jiu Luo 7 Absolutes, the 16 Divine Beasts? Just you wait. I, Yi Xian, will kill them one by one. For the first time, Yi Xian started to walk into the Jiu Luo 7 Absolutes sacred mountain. There was obviously a strong seal on this sacred mountain. When he was at the periphery, Yi Xian did not feel that it was very obvious. However, as he went deeper, this feeling became clearer and clearer. Could it be that this Jiu Luo 7 Absolute sacred mountain is not an ownerless land? Yi Xian frowned slightly as doubts rose in his heart. Of course, even so, Yi Xian did not stop. At this time, a voice suddenly came from the front, causing Yi Xian to stop immediately. That's strange. Why are there so many of those low-level divine beasts dying? Could it be that the Jiu Luo 7 Absolute sacred mountain went crazy again? That's impossible. The mountain master has strengthened the seal on the Jiu Luo 7 Absolute sacred mountain again. They can't have eaten so many low-level divine beasts in such a short time. And this 9 Luo 7 extinction sacred mountain is the hinterland of my all beasts divine sect, so it's impossible for anyone to come in and cause trouble. Although the Jiu Luo 7 Absolutes and the 16 divine beasts are considered precious, they are only high-grade beast totems. I don't think they are worth the interest of the other divine sections. This voice seemed to be puzzled by the disappearance of the tens of thousands of low-ranked divine beasts. At the same time, another voice continued to answer, "It's not impossible. I heard that Mo Shanggu has issued a new mission. As long as any divine sect can hand over 100 divine beast totems, they will be able to obtain a special reward from Mo Shanggu. Our 10,000 Beasts Divine Sect is just a small divine sect among the 3,000 Beasts Divine Sects under Mo Shanggu, yet we have 72 mutated beast totems. If we say that no one is plotting against us, I'm afraid no one will believe it." The conversation between the two of them gave Yi Xian some useful information. It seemed that his current location was a place called the 10,000 Beasts Divine Sect that was used to raise totem beasts. As for the Jiu Luo Chi Ju and the 16 divine beasts, they were totem beasts. However, this 10,000 Beasts Divine Sect was merely a branch of a small divine sect called Mo Shanggu. Totem Divine Beast? Mo Shanggu? 10,000 Beasts Divine Sect? Yi Xian furrowed his brows slightly. It seemed that the realm of the gods was not much different from other places. There were also endless battles, strength was respected, and benefits came first. However, Yi Xian knew nothing about the realm of the gods. Then, should he capture the two disciples of the 10,000 Beasts Divine Sect and understand them in detail? Forget it, since it was not easy to meet these two people, Yi Xian, he could not let them go. Only by knowing one's own strength and that of one's enemy could one win 100 battles. Not to mention, Yi Xian also heard something special from the conversation between the two of them. Could it be that Luoluo could be classified as a totem divine beast or something? The reason why she was taken to the 9 heavens was because she was captured by these forces? If that was really the case, then Yi Xian could not accept it. Yi Xian's figure flashed as he quickly dashed in the direction of the two. Just nice, he could test the power of the God Slayer. The two people were completely unprepared. Jiu Luo 7 Extremes Mountain was the hinterland of the 10,000 Beasts Divine Sect. To put it bluntly, it was their backyard. Who would be so cautious in their own backyard? Therefore, although the two people were stronger than Yi Xian, they did not notice anything when Yi Xian discovered them. Of course, as Yi Xian approached, one of them finally looked up warily at Yi Xian's location. "Who is it?" That person roared loudly. At the same time, he took out a long whip in his hand and got into a battle stance. "Senior brother, what's wrong?" The other person looked at the senior brother in confusion, not knowing what he had discovered. "Someone's here." However, just as he finished speaking, Yi Xian's attack had already arrived. He had to end this quickly. Once the two people released the signal to summon their companions, Yi Xian would be in for a tragedy. God-slaying slash. The moment he attacked, he used the special attack of the God Slayer. All of a sudden, it was as if an ancient deity had descended upon them with an unparalleled pressure. The violent power made the two people tremble with fear. What a terrifying power! Is this the attack of a heavenly god? Deities were divided into 3 levels, upper, middle, and lower. Above the deities were the heavenly gods. The heavenly gods were also divided into 3 levels. It could be said that the heavenly gods were an entire realm higher than these 2 disciples. They were existences that they could never defeat. Defend! The senior brother shouted, as if to remind his junior brother. As for himself, a circle of milky white light appeared around his body, ready to defend himself. However, Yi Xian's target was not him, but his junior brother. Pfft! The power of the god-slaying slash was displayed for the first time. It was only then that Yi Xian realized that these 2 people were actually mid-level deities. Of course, they were not a threat at all. That junior brother died before he could even figure out what had happened. The senior brother's eyes were filled with horror. He looked at Yi Xian and asked loudly, "Who are you? Senior, who are you? Why did you kill my all beasts divine sect's disciples? My divine beast sect has always been aloof from worldly affairs. Is there any misunderstanding?" Misunderstanding? Yi Xian walked out. There is indeed no misunderstanding between us. However, I am sorry. Both of you must die. You are just a low-level deity? How is this possible? The divine beast sect was good at taming and raising beasts. Because of this, the disciples of the divine beast sect were all good at controlling beasts. The blessing of the beast's souls was the most basic method. For example, the junior brother's physique had been blessed with the power of several divine beasts. In terms of physique alone, he had already reached a very terrifying realm. However, he did not expect that he would be killed by a low-level deity with a single slash. How could the senior brother not be afraid of such a terrifying attack? Yi Xian could only apologize to these 2 people. Chapter 2095. Yi Xian did not reply. Instead, he launched another attack. Deity-slaying slash. A terrifying aura descended once again. The senior brother was horrified. His junior brother's body was still there. Even if the person in front of him was just a lesser god, he did not dare to be careless. Beast soul of the crimson gold black tortoise. Beast soul of the ancient tiger beast soul. Hold on for me. In an instant, a powerful aura erupted from the person's body. All of it was used for defense. Unfortunately, it was still not enough. Bang! With a loud bang, the person was sent flying. Before he even landed on the ground, he had lost all ability to resist and was forcibly sucked into Yi Xian's plant space. What a god-slaying sword! No one else could match its power. At the same time, Yi Xian also obtained the interspatial rings of these 2 people. It could be said that there were some things in the rings that Yi Xian had never seen before. However, these 2 were indeed disciples of the divine beast sect. Most of the interspatial rings were materials from various divine beasts. Yi Xian did not obtain much information from the senior brother's memory. However, it was enough for the current stage. It turned out that there were many types of divine beasts in the realm of the gods. However, there were also many divine sects that specialized in rearing these divine beasts. This was because the divine beasts were essential materials for refining some special treasures in the realm of the gods. At the same time, some special cultivation techniques required such divine beasts. However, this feeling made Yi Xian feel that in the god realm, could it be that divine beasts really didn't have any status? Forget it. Who cares? First, complete this random task. Then, go to Mo Shang Pavilion and find out more about Luo Luo. That was the most important thing. Yi Xian moved quickly towards the peak of the sacred mountain. He had already accurately grasped the positions of the 16 divine beasts. Soon, the first divine beast appeared in front of Yi Xian. This was a strange divine beast that looked like a tiger, had hooves like a cow, had 4 wings on its back, and had 3 ponytails. This was not the most important thing. The most important thing was the word on its forehead. Supreme. Yes, that was the word. Revered beast? The biggest way to identify a totem beast was the word on its forehead, Zun, Wang, Di, Tian, Yu. This was the symbol of the 5 universal totem beasts. Of course, under normal circumstances, this handwriting would not appear. Only when it was discovered and a special spell was cast would the handwriting appear clearly. This is the ox-tiger beast? It was said that the ox-tiger beast could increase one's strength, refine one's physique, or be a blunt magical weapon. But why can't I see anything special about him? Yi Xian looked at the totem beast in front of him in confusion. At this moment, the ox-tiger beast was like a sickly old man. He couldn't even be bothered to look at Yi Xian. The restrictions of the 10,000 Beasts Divine Sect? In that case, it just so happened that Yi Xian had benefited. God-slaying slash. Since the target was already clear, there was no need for Yi Xian to waste any more time. Boom! The God-slaying slash, which was powerful enough to kill an upper-class deity, violently attacked the ox-tiger beast. However, the result surprised Yi Xian. His attack was ineffective. How could this be? How could his attack be ineffective? What's going on? The Jiu Luo 7 Extremes beasts were the 16 divine beasts that Yi Xian had to kill. However, as soon as they encountered the first one, their attacks were ineffective. How could Yi Xian accept this? No, I don't believe that I can't kill you. God-slaying slash, give me a critical hit. Kill me in one hit. Unfortunately, the critical hit effect was activated, but it did not trigger a kill in one hit. At the same time, Yi Xian finally understood why he couldn't kill the ox-tiger beast. Oh no, it's a restriction. Yi Xian cursed in his heart. He quickly tried to use the divine level devouring system, but he heard a system notification. Ding! The system is currently in a fragmented state. The restriction cannot be broken. Now, even the God-grade devouring system was unable to break through this restriction, and his attacks were all blocked by the restriction. Therefore, there was no doubt that the people from the Divine Beasts sect must have known about this. Retreat. It was useless to stay here. Once the people from the Divine Beasts sect caught up, Yi Xian would be in trouble. Damn the restriction. Yi Xian was annoyed, but he could only retreat at full speed. As expected, not long after Yi Xian left, a few disciples from the Divine Beasts sect rushed over. That's strange. The totem beasts didn't do anything strange. Why did we receive the alarm that the restriction was attacked? Maybe some totem beasts attacked the restriction. Humph, they want to break the Great Elder's restriction? These guys are thinking too much. Yi Xian had already retreated. His target was Hanhao City. It seemed that the realm of the gods was not as simple as it seemed. Level was one of the factors. However, divine powers were also the most crucial auxiliary battle strength. After failing to attack the ox-tiger beast, Yi Xian thought of the Ling Xian Pavilion auction in Hanhao City. Yes, Yi Xian wanted to buy some things because only then could he break the restriction and increase his strength. For example, treasures. Ling Xian Pavilion auction was said to be the largest auction in the realm of the gods. They were a powerful organization in themselves. It was said that Ling Xian Pavilion auction had branches all over the realm of the gods. In this auction, one would have powerful strength as one's trump card. Therefore, as long as one had enough capital, it was possible to obtain anything one wanted here. Yi Xian was not rich at the moment. All he had was the materials from the 10,000 divine beasts he killed and the interspatial rings left behind by the 2 disciples from the Divine Beast sect. Speaking of materials, Yi Xian could choose whether to keep the important materials when he devoured the divine beasts. This was also one of the benefits of the devouring system's upgrade. After all, some materials could be used to gain benefits that were several times more valuable than if they were directly devoured. Yi Xian would not miss this point. He was a newcomer in the realm of the gods. He was just a rookie, an insignificant pawn. Therefore, Yi Xian kept a portion of the divine beast's materials. Otherwise, devouring the 10,000 divine beasts would have been enough for Yi Xian to break through to the mid-level true god realm. The currency used in the realm of the gods was something called divine crystal. This was a special substance that was condensed from the void. Regardless of the quantity, one had to be at least at the level of Master God to collect it. Master God. That was a super existence that Yi Xian could only look up to now. Divine crystals could allow anyone to directly absorb energy from them and refine it for cultivation. Therefore, it became a universal currency. In the interspatial rings left behind by the two disciples from the divine beast sect, there were less than 10,000 divine crystals left for Yi Xian. One could imagine how precious they were. Yi Xian walked directly into Ling Xian Pavilion. A receptionist glanced at Yi Xian, but the corners of his eyes revealed a disdainful expression. A mere low-level true god dared to come to Ling Xian Pavilion? He was overestimating himself. Chapter 2096. What do you want? Do you want to buy or not? The indifference and disdain in his tone made Yi Xian frown slightly. How dare a mere receptionist be so arrogant in front of me? Yi Xian couldn't be bothered with him and directly ignored him. Instead, he walked to the side of another receptionist. Hello, I want some divine beast materials. Do you want materials? Okay, I'll take you there. This receptionist was clearly much more refined than the previous one. Damn it, how dare you ignore me? The receptionist's eyes were cold. He was from Lingxiao Pavilion and his strength was 2 realms higher than Yi Xian's. Not only did Yi Xian not show him the slightest respect, he even dared to ignore him. He couldn't accept this kind of behavior. He clenched his fists. If they weren't in Lingxiao Pavilion, he would have attacked him directly. Boy, just wait and see. How dare a mere low-level god be so presumptuous? I'll teach you a lesson. Yi Xian didn't realize that he had offended such a despicable person without knowing it. Of course, even if Yi Xian knew, he wouldn't care about such a person. Such a despicable person wasn't worthy of Yi Xian's attention. Soon, the receptionist in front of Yi Xian led Yi Xian to an old man. Young master, if you have any divine beast materials, you can give them to Elder Lin. Elder Lin will estimate the price for you and give you the corresponding reward. The receptionist smiled at Yi Xian. In fact, the main source of income for receptionists was commission. Whether it was a purchase or an item, they could get a commission of 1% from the transaction. This was the main reason why the receptionist didn't like Yi Xian at first. To put it bluntly, Yi Xian was just a low-level god in the receptionist's eyes. There was nothing to be gained from him, so of course he wouldn't be happy to receive him. Yi Xian didn't waste time and directly handed the interspatial ring that he had prepared beforehand to the old man. Elder Lin opened his eyes slightly. There were many people who came to Ling Xian Pavilion to buy things, but there were very few who actually bought things. Yi Xian could be considered his first customer this year. Elder Lin casually took Yi Xian's universe ring and glanced at it. However, a smile appeared on his face. Not bad, little guy. You actually hunted so many low-level divine beasts. I really don't know what you're thinking. Instead of cultivating properly, you went to hunt divine beasts. The materials of low-level divine beasts are rarely hunted by people. It seems that you are walking the path of slaughter. As Elder Lin spoke, he took out an interspatial ring and handed it to Yi Xian. Here are 10,000 divine crystals. Our pavilion has been buying low-level divine beast materials. Unfortunately, no one is willing to waste time hunting for them. Here are 10,000 divine crystals. 5,000 of them are what you deserve, while the other 5,000 are what I'm giving you in advance. In the future, if you get any divine beast materials, I hope you can give them all to me. Don't worry, the price is negotiable. An extra 5,000 divine gems? Yi Xian couldn't help but look at Elder Lin. Don't be confused. I'm currently refining something. It just so happens that I need a large amount of divine beast materials below the sky god level. Of course, I need you to bring me at least 100 sets of 3 materials. Consider this a mission from me. Me? Yi Xian wasn't curious about the mission. Instead, he was curious about how Elder Lin addressed him. Since Elder Lin referred to himself as Elder Lin, it was enough to show that he was no ordinary person. Of course, Yi Xian was tactful enough to not ask further. There were some things that were best kept to oneself. There was no need to say them out loud. All right, Elder Lin. I'll accept your request. Elder Lin smiled and casually tossed a jade slip to Yi Xian. The materials that Elder Lin needed were recorded on it. However, after doing all this, Elder Lin closed his eyes again, as if nothing had happened. Yi Xian frowned slightly and left where Elder Lin was. However, he was still puzzled. Who exactly was this Elder Lin? It seemed that he was sitting there in charge of receiving materials and seemed insignificant. However, every receptionist would subconsciously slow down when they walked in front of him. This was enough to show that he was no ordinary person. Of course, this had nothing to do with Yi Xian. 20,000 divine gems wasn't much, but it was enough for Yi Xian to buy what he wanted. Can you take me to the counter of the restriction-type Dharma treasure? Yi Xian turned around and asked the receptionist again. The receptionist was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect this guy to want to buy something so soon after he received it. Of course, this matter had nothing to do with him. All right. The receptionist responded and led Yi Xian to another counter. Hello, how may I help you? What was Yi Xian's purpose in coming to Ling Xian Pavilion's auction? Of course, it was to buy something. Perhaps he didn't have the qualifications to enter the auction. After all, he had no money in his pocket. However, his purpose was not to participate in the auction. He only wanted a Dharma treasure that could break restrictions. I need a Dharma treasure that can break restrictions. Can you give it to me? Yi Xian lowered his posture and asked calmly. Yes, of course. What level do you need? Do you want it permanent or one-time use? Well, I'd better take a look first. All right. The receptionist waved his hand, and a screen of light appeared in front of Yi Xian. He wouldn't have known if he hadn't seen it, but he was shocked when he saw it. It was just a single magic treasure that could break restrictions, but it was actually divided into countless types. Yi Xian thought for a moment. He guessed that the restriction on the ox-tiger beast was set up by a heavenly god-level figure. Therefore, he chose a heavenly god-level restriction-breaking Dharma treasure. There were many types of Dharma treasures with different functions. Yi Xian chose carefully for a long time. However, he chose a second-hand restriction-breaking Dharma treasure. This Dharma treasure was called the Black-Headed Awl. It was a Dharma treasure that could break restrictions at a point. It could break a middle-level heavenly god-level restriction. Although it couldn't be maintained for a long time, it could be used indefinitely. Most importantly, it was cheap. It only cost 8,000 divine gems. In that case, it was his choice. Yi Xian made the transaction. Then, he took his restriction-breaking Dharma treasure and headed toward Jiu Luo's 7 Absolute Sacred Mountain again. To be honest, the divine realm was vast and boundless. It was said that no one had ever explored the entire divine realm. Yi Xian knew that Imo Shang Pavilion and the 3,000 divine gates occupied a place. If he had to make an analogy, perhaps the place they occupied was as small as a drop of water in the vast ocean. Yi Xian rushed toward Jiu Luo's 7 Absolute Sacred Mountain. However, halfway there, he was stopped by someone. It's you. Yi Xian looked at the person in front of him in surprise. Chapter 2097. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation, it's me. Kid, how dare a mere inferior god be so rude to me? Do you know how to spell the word death? Yi Xian frowned slightly. He had seen petty people before, but he had never seen such a petty deity. What do you want? Yi Xian pulled out the God Slayer. The person in front of him was merely a superior god, but he was backed by Ling Xian court. Yi Xian did not want to offend him. What do I want? Good question. Leave your Qian Kuan ring, kowtow, and admit your mistake. Then, I can spare your life. Otherwise. How arrogant. Otherwise, what are you going to do? Huh, kid, you don't know what's good for you. If you don't obey, I'll destroy your divine spark and destroy your divine soul. Arrogant. Very arrogant. Unfortunately, he had found the wrong person. Is that so? You want to destroy my divine spark and destroy my divine soul? Let's see if you have the ability. You're just a mere inferior god, but you talk big. Then, today, I'll let you see what a real strong person is. Chaos Body Technique, Destruction. In an instant, a black smoke-like thing burst out from the person's body and rushed toward Yi Xian. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian was surrounded. Humph, my Chaos Body Technique will absorb your divine power and destroy your divine pavilion. Kid, this is what you get for offending me. Is that so? Yi Xian looked at the person indifferently and raised the God Slayer in his hand. Deity Slayer. Whoosh. A ray of sword light whizzed out, and in an instant, it cut through the smoke-like thing and attacked the person directly. You're just a mere inferior god, and you want to hurt. Ah, what kind of power is this? It's terrifying. A moment ago, the person had ignored Yi Xian's attack, but in the next moment, he was like a stray dog, frantically dodging the attack. Poof! A tenfold critical hit appeared. The person was directly sent flying. However, he was still a superior god. Although this strike had caused him to suffer some injuries, it had not truly killed him. However, Yi Xian's attack had also frightened that person. You, who exactly are you? Why do you have such a powerful divine ability? Who am I? You don't have the right to know. Go to hell. Swish. Swish. At the same time, Yi Xian charged forward with the God Slayer in hand. Boom. Boom. Two loud sounds rang out. That person wanted to dodge, but he couldn't. He was hit by two deicide slashes. At the same time, Yi Xian's third attack arrived. Shwa. Killed with one slash. With a wave of his hand, he devoured everything in this person's possession, including the treasures in his cosmos ring. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Ding. Host's cultivation level has increased. Host is now a stage 1 mid-true god. No matter what, cultivation level was the foundation. If it wasn't necessary, Yi Xian wouldn't have kept those heavenly treasures or mythical beast materials. This was a high-class true god. He was actually killed by Yi Xian in an instant. What a powerful godslayer. This was truly a blessing in disguise. If it wasn't for the system malfunction, there wouldn't be a reward. If it wasn't for the reward, Yi Xian wouldn't have been able to obtain such a powerful godslayer. Once the system was back to normal. By the time Yi Xian obtained enough devour points to create a powerful avatar, with the help of the godslayer, Yi Xian's strength would be able to reach a higher level. Moving forward, Yi Xian headed straight for the Jiu Luo sacred mountain. When Yi Xian appeared again, the ox-tiger beast finally turned its gaze towards Yi Xian. Roar. The ox-tiger beast let out a low roar, as if asking why Yi Xian was here again. Unfortunately, although the ox-tiger beast was a totem beast, it hadn't cultivated to the point where it could speak human language. Hence, Yi Xian couldn't understand what it was saying. He immediately took out the black-headed awl. The black-headed awl began to spin rapidly. It was like an awl, constantly destroying the restriction. In a short while, the black-headed awl broke a hole in the restrictive shield, enough for Yi Xian to enter. Ox-tiger beast, let's see who's going to take the damage for you this time. The ox-tiger beast was a target that Yi Xian had to kill, because it was the target of the system's mission. Hence, Yi Xian couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense, and directly slashed with his sword. Ding! Host triggered a one-hit kill, killing the ox-tiger beast instantly. Oh, it actually triggered a one-hit kill. This could do it all. Yi Xian smiled slightly. He directly devoured the body of the ox-tiger beast, and gained a lot of killing intent. After that, he continued to move forward. The Jiu Luo sacred mountain, the 16 totem beasts, and Yi Xian wouldn't let any of them go. In less than a day, the Jiu Luo sacred mountain's 7 totem beasts were all killed by Yi Xian. Of course, Yi Xian had to thank the restrictive shield of the divine beast sect. If it wasn't for this shield, Yi Xian wouldn't have been able to kill these totem beasts so easily. This shield suppressed the strength of these totem beasts to a very low level, as if it was giving Yi Xian free experience points. Ding! Host has completed the battle of the divine beast's random task. Ding! System repair rate increased. Ding! Host has activated the totem beast system. Ding! Host has killed a totem beast, and will obtain the totem mark, a special totem beast. Ding! Totem beasts can be devoured by the mark, a spirit beast. A series of reward notifications came from the system. However, this time, the reward for Yi Xian was a spirit beast. Yi Xian frowned slightly. He had never come into contact with this thing before, and it would be a lie to say that he wasn't suspicious. At this moment, there were 16 totem marks in Yi Xian's hands. In that case, Yi Xian's hands couldn't help but itch. He wanted to see what kind of thing this totem beast was. System, I want the totem beast. Ding! Host has activated the totem beast function. Ding! Host currently has 16 totem marks, please make your own decisions. Ding! Host can only activate a maximum of 10 totem marks. Making decisions? This was possible. Yi Xian looked at the totem marks. Each of these totem marks had some special abilities. At the same time, they also had some special transformations. This was the totem beast function. It was actually the ability and shape of the totem beasts that Yi Xian had killed, and according to Yi Xian's wishes, it would change into a new form, with new abilities. Needless to say, the more totem marks were used, the better the effect would be. Then, he could only use 10 totem marks now. Then, he would use 10 totem marks. As Yi Xian continued to make adjustments, a new totem beast soon appeared in front of Yi Xian. However, no one knew if Yi Xian had deliberately stopped or if there was some other reason. This totem beast had the appearance of a Pegasus. Yes, it was completely a white horse, except that it had a pair of wings and a single white horn. However, this Pegasus's ability was not that simple. Yi Xian used 5 totem marks to increase his speed. He used another 4 to increase his horn's innate ability to attack. Yi Xian temporarily named it Horn Strike. As for the last totem mark, it was only used to increase his defense. 10 totem marks, in exchange for a mount that could travel faster? Was it a loss? Perhaps it was a loss, but to Yi Xian, it was worth it. Because of this Pegasus, Yi Xian could quickly find Luo Luo's whereabouts. Furthermore, the totem beast could consume a certain amount of devouring points to become a soul beast. Then, this Pegasus would show its true strength. Yi Xian already had a plan in mind. Chapter 2098. The All Beasts Divine Sex Totem Beast restriction had been broken, so it was impossible for them not to sense it. However, Yi Xian had acted too quickly. Moreover, his actions were very secretive, so it was only after he had killed 16 totem beasts that the All Beasts Divine Sect realized what had happened. At this moment, in an ethereal immortal palace, an elder suddenly woke up with a start. Oh no, the totem beast restriction has been broken. Quick, go and check on the totem beasts. Yes, great elder. In an instant, dozens of figures flew towards the location of the totem beasts at high speed. However, when they arrived, the totem beasts were nowhere to be seen. The 16 totem beasts of the Jiuluo 7 Absolutes had all been killed by Yi Xian. Not even their corpses were left behind. Damn it, who is it? Who dares to behave so atrociously in the territory of the All Beasts Divine Sect? Do you have a death wish? All of you, surround the area and inform the law enforcement team to release the heavenly listener beasts. You must find that guy. the people of the divine sect were furious. The Jiu Luo 7 Extremes Mountain was where they kept their totemic beasts. It was also their backyard. Now, in their backyard, someone had taken away their totemic beasts. How could they accept such a thing? Soon, the law enforcement team with the heavenly listener beasts scattered in all directions. The heavenly listener beasts. The All Beasts Divine Sect reared a special kind of divine beast. The greatest gift of this kind of divine beast was its powerful ears and sharp nose. The heavenly listener beasts could distinguish even the weakest breath within 100,000 miles, so they could quickly track down the target. Yi Xian had not expected that the All Beasts Divine Sect would have already located him not long after he had left the Jiuluo 7 Absolutes Mountain. At this moment, Yi Xian was rushing towards the north because he sensed that Luo Luo's current location was in the extreme north. However, because the distance was too far, he could only sense a general direction, but could not pinpoint her exact location. On this day, Yi Xian was on his way when a huge hole suddenly appeared on the originally ordinary road. What the hell? Yi Xian was surprised. He stopped in his tracks and looked at the huge hole. He wondered if there was a demonic beast in it. However, just as he was observing the hole, a group of people rushed out of the cave at lightning speed. They were the All Beasts Divine Sect. It turned out that this was another special divine beast of the All Beasts Divine Sect. Burrowing Earth Rat. This Earth's Earth Rat, although it had the word, Earth's Earth Rat, is Earth's move, B. One of them frowned as he looked at Yi Xian. It seemed that he wasn't willing to believe that Yi Xian was the one who stole the 16 totem beasts. Yi Xian also looked at those people, feeling rather puzzled. He had just arrived at the God realm, so how could he know anyone, let alone any enemies? However, looking at the aggressive looks of these people, it was obvious that they did not have good intentions towards him. Yes, the heavenly listening beast has never made a mistake. So, we can be sure that it is him. A mere mid-divine being? How dare he offend the All Beasts Divine Sect? How dare he steal the 16 totem beasts? How is this possible? Although the result was obvious, the All Beasts Divine Sect was still unwilling to believe it. After all, Yi Xian was too weak. He was so weak that they could not imagine what kind of person could steal the 16 totem beasts from the All Beasts Divine Sect with the strength of a mid-divine being. Not to mention other things, the restriction alone was not something that a mere mid-divine being could break. Who are you? I am the All Beasts Divine Sect's law-enforcing elder, Hao Bai. Who are you? Hao Bai looked at Yi Xian. There was suspicion and doubt in his eyes, but more than that, there was disdain. Heavenly God Realm. Yi Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. It was actually a heavenly god stage expert chasing after him. This was not something that Yi Xian could win against. Yi Xian rolled his eyes. He had a Qian Kuan ring in his hand. It was left behind by the Ling Xian Pavilion's attendant. Inside the ring was the jade token of the Ling Xian Pavilion's attendant. It seemed that this was a good excuse. I am an attendant of the Ling Xian Pavilion. I am on Elder Lin's orders. May I ask what is the matter? Yi Xian was no match for these people. He did not even have the chance to escape. So, he wanted to use the name of Ling Xian Pavilion to see if he could fool them. Sure enough, when they heard Yi Xian's words, they were stunned. Ling Xian Pavilion? You are from Ling Xian Pavilion? Do you have proof? Although Ling Xian Pavilion stood aloof from worldly affairs, its strength was not to be trifled with. Not to mention the small All Beasts Divine Sect, even Mo Shang Pavilion did not dare to provoke them. So, when Yi Xian said that he was from Ling Xian Pavilion, those people retreated. Proof? Here you go. Yi Xian waved his hand and threw the jade token over. When Yi Xian took out the jade token, Hao Bai's expression changed. Of course, he recognized the jade token of Ling Xian Pavilion. At this moment, the jade token that Yi Xian took out was the authentic proof of identity of Ling Xian Pavilion. Even if it was the lowest proof of an attendant. No need. Since you are from Ling Xian Pavilion, you are naturally not the person we are looking for. Forgive me for being presumptuous. Hao Bai also waved his hand and pushed the jade token back into Yi Xian's hand. Obviously, he was not going to check. Yi Xian secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Ling Xian Pavilion's signboard was quite useful. Otherwise, he would really be in trouble this time. It's all right. Since you have mistaken me for someone else, I will take my leave first. After all, Elder Lin is still waiting for me to complete the task he gave me. As Yi Xian spoke, he had already summoned the heavenly horse totem and fled. This was a heavenly god powerhouse, while Yi Xian was merely a mid-level god. Moreover, he was in a situation where his system was damaged. If a conflict really broke out, it would simply be sending him to his death. Moreover, the other party had the advantage in numbers. Yi Xian's movements were extremely fast and did not stop for a moment. No, it's him. It's this guy. There's something wrong with that jade token. Suddenly, Hao Bai turned around abruptly with a vexed expression on his face. In the beginning, due to Ling Xian Pavilion's reputation, Hao Bai had been very careful when checking, not daring to offend in the slightest. Chapter 2099. Damn it, damn it. I was actually tricked by that brat. Chase after him. I will definitely crush his godhead with my own hands. Hao Bai was extremely furious. This time, how could he have the slightest hesitation? In an instant, the people from the 10,000 Beasts divine sect turned into flowing lights and chased after Yi Xian. Yi Xian also understood that using Ling Xian Pavilion's jade tablet was only a temporary measure. Once the other party reacted, then he would be in for a tragedy. Therefore, from the moment he left the 10,000 Beasts divine sect side, Yi Xian unceasingly urged the Pegasus to increase its speed. At this moment, the speed of the totem Pegasus had already reached its peak. Mountains and rivers continuously flew past Yi Xian's feet. Yi Xian didn't dare to delay in the slightest. He didn't expect that he would make a mistake right after coming to the divine realm. From the moment that Hao Bai announced his identity as a member of the 10,000 Beasts divine sect, Yi Xian already understood what these people's objective was. Wasn't it him? Chase after him. Damn it, he's actually so slippery. The people from the 10,000 Beasts divine sect were also extremely fast. Relying on the sensing ability of the heavenly listening beast, they actually kept track of Yi Xian's position from afar. If this continued, it wouldn't work at all. Although the totem Pegasus speed wasn't slow, the people from the 10,000 Beasts divine sect also had special mounts and treasures. If this continued, Yi Xian would be caught sooner or later. Once caught, the consequences would be unimaginable. What to do? He had to find a suitable method. As Yi Xian fled, he continuously pondered in his heart. The system malfunction caused Yi Xian to be in a very passive situation. If this was any other time, he wouldn't have so many worries. This time, it was the original body, Yi Xian's original body, and not a clone. And among the enemies, there was a heavenly deity expert. Flee, he could only flee. Apart from fleeing, there was no other way. This chase lasted for an entire 7 days. During these 7 days, Yi Xian relied on the speed of the totem Pegasus to travel swiftly. As for the people from the 10,000 Beasts divine sect, at this moment, only the heavenly deity realm Hao Bai was still chasing after Yi Xian. Heavenly God stage. It was not something a true god could resist. At noon on the 7th day, Yi Xian suddenly discovered that Hao Bai, who had been chasing relentlessly, had clearly slowed down. What's going on? Is that guy planning to give up? No, with that fellow's performance in the past few days, it's obviously impossible for him to give up so easily. Then, what could be the reason? Could it be because of his current position? Yi Xian also slowed down. At the same time, he vigilantly observed his surroundings with his divine sense. On the surface, Yi Xian's current location didn't seem to be anything special. There were green hills and clear waters, and some immortal herbs and divine flowers grew everywhere. From time to time, some small beasts could be seen traversing the ground. In short, this place looked very ordinary. However, the behavior of that all-beasts divine sex elder was clearly strange. What was the reason? Yi Xian frowned slightly. Humph, this guy's guts aren't small. He actually dared to hide in the Valley of Despair. I'd like to see how you're going to come out. Hao Bai wasn't anxious at all. He even directly stopped chasing. Instead, he just looked at Yi Xian from afar. A faint smile hung on the corner of his mouth. This smile was full of ridicule. His meaning couldn't be more obvious. Yi Xian was seeking his own death. Valley of Despair? What was this place? For Yi Xian, he didn't know so much. At this moment, Yi Xian also discovered that something was wrong. First, it was the change of divine power. At this moment, Yi Xian could clearly feel the violent aura in the air. In this area, it seemed that even the air was violent. What's going on? Hao Bai was guarding outside. Yi Xian didn't dare to go out at all. He could only slowly descend on the ground. The totem Pegasus kept snorting. At the same time, its 4 hooves kicked restlessly. Yi Xian frowned slightly and directly put it away. Only then did he carefully observe the surroundings. However, he couldn't see anything special. This was a strange place. Speaking of which, it was really mundane. Yi Xian definitely didn't believe this. If there wasn't any danger, Hao Bai wouldn't have stopped chasing. However, whether it was the result of the investigation with the naked eye or divine consciousness, both showed that there was nothing special about this place. Then, what kind of secret did this place actually hold? Ding! The host has triggered the first round of the recasting system's task, the Valley of Mystery. Congratulations to the host. Ding! System notification: the system won't provide any help for this exploration. The host can explore on his own. The system notification made Yi Xian frown slightly. The Valley of Mystery? Yi Xian wanted to see what exactly was so mysterious about this place. Yi Xian directly took out the god-slaying sword and held it tightly in his hand. Step by step, he walked towards the depths of the valley. Green hills and clear waters, the sound of birds and the fragrance of flowers. If it wasn't for the violent aura that was everywhere, Yi Xian would even think that this was a paradise. Step by step, Yi Xian's movements weren't fast. In the face of this sudden situation, Yi Xian couldn't help but be vigilant. It could be said that ever since he entered the realm of the gods, things had never gone smoothly for him. The loss of Luo Luo, the damage to the system, and the continuous troubles made Yi Xian sigh in his heart. He was really unlucky. Puchi. All of a sudden attack almost killed Yi Xian in an instant. Yes, it was an instant kill. Cold sweat flowed down Yi Xian's body in an instant. Just a moment ago, just as Yi Xian was about to take a step forward, he suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart, so he jumped away without hesitation. However, the moment he jumped away, a big tree suddenly grew out of the ground. In the blink of an eye, an ancient tree as big as the sky appeared in this place where there was originally nothing. Moreover, this ancient tree wasn't an ordinary ancient tree. It was a strange ancient tree called the Soul Devourer. It was said that this tree actually had its own consciousness. Usually, it hid underground in the form of a seed. However, once a suitable target entered its attack range, it would immediately rise from the ground and grow up in an instant. If anyone accidentally touched any of the branches of this Soul Devourer tree, then congratulations, your soul would be devoured by this Soul Devourer tree as food. Soul Devourer ancient tree. Isn't this thing extinct in the realm of the gods? Why is there one here? Not to mention Yi Xian, even Hao Bai, who was watching Yi Xian from outside, jumped up in shock. The Valley of Despair. As expected of the Valley of Despair, there's actually a Soul Devourer ancient tree hidden here. Terrifying, this is simply too terrifying. Chapter 2100. Of course, he did not go far. Instead, he waited quietly for Yi Xian to be defeated. Yi Xian was shocked by the soul-devouring ancient tree. Even now, his heart was still thumping. However, this was not enough to make him stop. The more strange it was, the more it showed that this was not an ordinary situation. Moreover, this was the first round of the system's reforging mission. Yi Xian could not give up. Let's keep going. Yi Xian gritted his teeth, went around the soul-devouring ancient tree, and continued forward. As soon as Yi Xian left, the soul-devouring ancient tree disappeared in an instant. It was as if nothing had happened at all. Even the ground returned to its previous state. A woo, it seemed to be the cry of a wolf. However, how could there be a wolf's cry here? This was the realm of the gods. Even if there were wolves, they would be existences like the wolf god. Yi Xian stopped and silently looked in the direction of the sound. Suddenly, a shadow flashed. Although it only appeared for a moment. However, it was still caught by Yi Xian. What is this? Pretending to be mysterious. Yi Xian gripped the Godslayer tightly and looked forward. Huh, a human child? Interesting, very interesting. I didn't expect a human child to be so bold as to enter my valley of despair. Do you know that entering my valley of despair is certain death? A voice sounded. This voice seemed to be coming from the front, but it also seemed to be coming from all directions. It seemed so illusory. Moreover, there was a faint smell of blood in the voice. Those who heard this voice could not help but feel their hair stand on end. Pretending to be mysterious. Yi Xian released his divine consciousness and carefully searched every direction. He was sure that this voice was definitely around Yi Xian, but he did not know where it was hiding. Human child, are you looking for me? Suddenly, a strange half-human, half-wolf creature walked out. A human wolf? These things could be found elsewhere as well. However, the werewolf that appeared in front of Yi Xian was a little strange. Not only did he have a half-human, half-wolf form, he also had a half-illusory, half-corporeal form. His wolf-like body was incomparably clear, and people could clearly feel his physical body. However, the other half of his body was illusory. It was as if it was only a shadow. What kind of monster was this? Yi Xian had never seen such a thing before, so it was impossible for him not to find it strange. Human brat, you're just a mid-true god. Why would you enter my valley of despair without permission? You can consider yourself lucky today to have encountered me, Lang Kuan. If you had encountered the other 4 fellows, I'm afraid you would have died long ago. Tell me, what do you want to do in my absolute domain? Lang Kuan? Was that the guy's name? Yi Xian frowned slightly. The current situation was completely out of his control. Everything had gone beyond his expectations. Lang Kuan in front of him, although he looked like an upper true god on the surface. However, Yi Xian could feel that his strength was more than that. Fight? Or escape? No, there was no chance to escape. Everything here was too strange, so much so that Yi Xian did not have the confidence to escape at all. Then, could he only fight? The God Slayer was tightly held in Yi Xian's hand. Although Lang Kuan seemed to be easy to talk to now, unfortunately, Yi Xian was not a fool. What did he say that he would die if he encountered the other 4 fellows, but he would not die if he encountered him? How was that possible? Who are you, and where is this? Yi Xian looked at Lang Kuan and asked. However, his body was ready to fight at any time. Who am I? You entered my absolute domain and you don't know who I am? I am one of the 5 emissaries of the absolute domain, Emissary Lang. Do you know? No. Lang Kuan's expression was slightly stunned. He did not expect Yi Xian to tell him directly that he did not know who he was. Boy, are you courting death? Considering that you have a hard time cultivating, leave all your things and get out of my absolute domain immediately. Then, I will spare your life. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Lang Kuan threatened. However, if he did not threaten Yi Xian, perhaps Yi Xian would be worried. However, now that he threatened Yi Xian laughed. Huh, you want my things? Sure, come and take them. God-slaying slash. Yi Xian didn't even hesitate in the slightest and directly attacked. A violent force burst out from the God Slayer. Lang Kuan's expression changed, and he wanted to escape. Unfortunately, it was too late. Devouring hand. Suddenly, Yi Xian's second attack arrived. It actually sucked Lang Kuan into the devouring space directly. This seemed a little too simple, right? What was going on? Even Yi Xian was slightly stunned. One should know that even the fluctuation of power that Lang Kuan displayed was at the upper true god realm. How could it be that he did not have any resistance and was directly devoured by Yi Xian? Something was wrong. Something was definitely wrong. Yi Xian was too lazy to ask Lang Kuan. What he heard from others would never be as clear as what he saw with his own eyes. Therefore, Yi Xian directly chose to search Lang Kuan's soul. Now that he had broken through to the true god realm, he could use divine thought to search Lang Kuan's soul. In this valley of despair, the system was damaged. Now, no matter what Yi Xian did, he could only move with his own body. Therefore, he could not be too careless and could not relax at all. After a while, Yi Xian revealed a strange smile. He finally knew why this valley of despair made Hao Bai of the 10,000 Beasts divine sect stop, and why it was so strange. This was because this was a tomb of the god of sin. You could see this place as a treasure. However, it was a treasure trove that no one could open or enter. This was also why this place was called the Valley of Despair. In fact, that Lang Kuan's true strength was at the heavenly god realm. 1,000 years ago, the Boldham and a few other heavenly god realm experts chose to enter this place, wanting to find out what was going on here. Unfortunately, not long after they entered, they were contaminated by the violent aura, and the divine power in their bodies fell into a frenzy. In the end, a few people actually fought among themselves. Lang Kuan's luck was not bad. He was not too deeply contaminated by the aura, so he escaped in time. However, that was only the beginning of the tragedy. After that, Lang Kuan encountered all kinds of strange things one after another, until he was turned into that neither human nor wolf. To be more precise, the part of his body that was a human had already fallen. In desperation, he lodged his divine spark in the body of a native creature in this valley of despair, a three-tailed demon wolf, which was why he became like that. From Lang Kuan's memory, Yi Xian discovered that these miserable fellows had fallen before they even reached the real door of the Valley of Despair. Chapter 2101. Looking at the strange Valley of Despair, Yi Xian hesitated for a moment. From Lang Kuan's memory, Yi Xian knew that the Valley of Despair was divided into 5 levels. The core was the tomb of the god of sin. After that was the inner valley, the outer valley, and the heavenly gorge. And the outer area where Yi Xian was now. Lang Kuan and the others had been defeated at the heavenly gorge. In other words, if Yi Xian continued to move forward, he would most likely end up like them. What should he do? Give up on the mission of reforging the system? Stop exploring this place? No. Yi Xian would never do that. If the system could not be repaired, then Yi Xian would find it even harder to move forward. Sometimes, when it was time to take risks, they had to take them. Yi Xian would not give up this opportunity. Although he knew that once he started to explore this place, all kinds of strange things would happen, and all kinds of powerful demons and ghosts would appear continuously, as well as those strange restrictions, formations, and even things like the ancient tree of Soul Devourer. But Yi Xian wanted to give it a try. Was it dangerous? Yes, it was. But wasn't danger meant to be conquered? Since he had made up his mind, Yi Xian did not waste any more time and directly walked forward. Step by step, every step, Yi Xian was very careful. As he continued to go deeper, he could clearly feel that the violent aura in the air was getting stronger and stronger. But fortunately, Yi Xian already knew what the simplest way to deal with this violent aura was. To put it bluntly, it was to not absorb the aura in the air. Perhaps it would be difficult for others to do so. But for Yi Xian, it was easy for him to do so. Others, regardless of whether they used supernatural powers or techniques, would inevitably need to borrow the power of the void, and would inevitably be infected by the violent aura in the air. But Yi Xian did not have to worry about this. First of all, he had just come to the realm of the gods. Strictly speaking, Yi Xian did not have supernatural powers at all. What Yi Xian could use now was the Godslayer's attack, the devouring hand, and the eye of revelation. In fact, even the sword servants did not need Yi Xian to borrow power from the void. Naturally, Yi Xian was able to ignore this berserk aura. There wasn't much danger in the outer region. Although they would encounter some strange demon gods along the way, they were more or less the same as Lang Kuan. He was just pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Yi Xian directly devoured him, and he even got a few universe rings along the way. In the Valley of Despair, as long as you used your divine power in battle, you would inevitably be infected by the berserk aura. Only those demonic beasts with no strength at all could live here. Of course, if it was a demonic beast, it would not be a threat to Yi Xian at all. Until Yi Xian reached the entrance of the Heavenly Gorge. Tongtian Gorge. Just like its name, it was a canyon that extended into the sky. This canyon was built on top of an incomparably huge divine mountain. How high was the mountain? No one knew. At least, Yi Xian and those unlucky fellows who were devoured by Yi Xian did not know. Perhaps the tomb of the god of the gods was at the top of the mountain. It was just that no one had been there, so naturally no one knew. Yi Xian knew that starting from the Tongtian Gorge, the dangers along the way had begun. It was no longer just the souls of the dead or the berserk aura. Here, there would be all kinds of restrictions and formations, or attacks from strange beasts. We're finally here. Then, I want to see how powerful this so-called Heavenly Gorge is. Yi Xian held the god-slaying sword in his hand. Without any hesitation, he directly took a step forward. In an instant, the sky changed color. From the moment he stepped into the Tongtian Gorge, the surrounding scenery changed completely. Of course, Yi Xian was already mentally prepared for this. In fact, what Yi Xian saw now was the true appearance of the Valley of Despair. Withered trees, broken stones, corpses, blood moon, and chilly wind. It formed a strange scene, but at the same time, it was accompanied by countless dangers. In front is the first obstacle, the Sea of Bones. Once you step in, there will be countless skeletons appearing. There is no other way except to break through. The strength of these skeletons, from ordinary skeletons with no cultivation, to the cultivation of lower 9th grade deity. Whether you can break through or not depends entirely on your own ability. Yi Xian said indifferently. However, there was no hesitation in his feet. This was a section of the canyon, a section that did not seem to have many special features. Of course, except for the caves on the surrounding walls. When Yi Xian finally entered, countless skeletons began to appear in the caves. Under the light of the blood moon, the skeletons turned dark red. A bloody dark red. Not a sound was heard. These skeletons could not open their mouths to speak. From the moment they saw Yi Xian, they launched a surprise attack. The skeletons rushed toward Yi Xian like a tide. Limitless. No one knew if there were 100,000 or 1,000,000 of them. These skeletons were the incarnations of countless people who were sacrificed to the ancient gods when they were building the tomb of the god of sin. Kill. In the canyon, which had been quiet for God knows how many years, there was finally a voice. Yi Xian had already rushed forward. Ding! A special treasure is detected, the skeleton's heart. It is recommended that the host obtain it immediately. Suddenly, the system's voice sounded. To be honest, it was a good feeling to hear a familiar voice in such an empty place. Moreover, after the system malfunctioned, it seemed to have become more humane. It could even give suggestions. One should know that previously, the system would always give out cold notifications and give Yi Xian all kinds of trouble. For example, it would create a bloodline holder and chase after Yi Xian. But then again, what was this skeleton's heart? Of course, since the system suggested to obtain it, it could not be a bad thing. Yi Xian looked over. Good heavens, a giant skeleton of 100 meters tall was walking toward Yi Xian. This guy's bones were extremely thick and strong. Every step he took would send hundreds of skeletons in front of him flying. In his hand, he was holding a skeletal long sword. What the hell was that? Yi Xian did not know. But he knew that the thing with a faint blood-red glow on the chest of this giant skeleton was the so-called skeleton's heart. He waved the deicide again. Hundreds of skeletons were chopped into pieces. Yi Xian also rushed toward the giant skeleton. Deicide slash. In an instant, the deicide slash's special effect was activated. Against a demon god like a skeleton, the critical hit rate was 100%. With a loud bang, the giant skeleton was directly chopped into pieces by Yi Xian. Killed with one strike. In a flash, Yi Xian picked up the skeleton's heart. Chapter 2102. Skeleton Heart, Special Material, can be used on withered bone sword servants. 3 skeleton hearts, 1 withered bone sword servant. There is no limit to the number of withered bone sword servants. The host can increase the number without limit. Withered bone sword servants were divided into 9 levels. Each level up would consume a certain amount of skeleton hearts. Withered bone sword servants had strong defensive abilities but average offensive abilities. If they died in battle, 1 skeleton heart could be used to revive them. After revival, they would retain their original level. Yes, this skeleton heart was actually a necessary material for a special withered bone sword servant. However, this withered bone sword servant was not very strong. Not only could it not level up with Yi Xian, but the key was that its starting level was very low. To put it bluntly, Yi Xian would need to use a sword servant of low-level god cultivation at the very least. Alright, then, this level 3 withered bone sword servant was a low-level god. As for the level 4 withered bone sword servant, it was only an early-level god. It was a little useless. However, what if the number of skeleton hearts was huge? Yi Xian looked at the sea of countless skeletons. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Good stuff. These 1 million skeletons were simply delivering food to him. How many skeleton hearts could there be among 1 million skeletons? Yi Xian did not know, but he knew that this time, he would definitely gain a lot of benefits. Kill. There was no rest, no end, no light. Due to the restrictions of the violent aura, Yi Xian could only use the god-slaying sword to kill these skeletons. However, the god-slaying sword's terrifying attributes would definitely deal a critical hit to any ES god other than the gods of the human race. It was easy for Yi Xian to kill these skeletons. Yi Xian stood on the corpse of a huge skeleton and swept his sword. Countless skeletons shattered on the ground. At this time, the entire canyon was filled with countless white bones. The number of holes was also decreasing. Mana 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 hada, a strange sound was heard. It seemed to be some kind of incantation. Yi Xian suddenly looked forward. He saw that the nameless black-cloaked guys were gathered together and chanting. What's going on? What the hell were those guys? Suddenly, the skeleton beneath Yi Xian's feet moved slightly. It was actually being revived. Damn it. We can't let them revive these skeletons. Yi Xian was shocked. If the black-cloaked man resurrected the skeletons in this canyon, how could he pass through Yi Xian? His figure moved. Yi Xian had already rushed forward without a care in the world. Boom! With a casual swing of his sword, he shattered a huge skeleton. However, this time, Yi Xian did not even collect the skeleton's heart. He simply passed through the sky full of broken bones. His footsteps did not stop at all as he continued to charge forward. Boom boom boom. Yi Xian leaped high into the air. Within this damned canyon, there was a restriction on flight, making it impossible for Yi Xian to fly. However, even if he couldn't fly, he could still jump. Every time he jumped, a group of skeletons would be directly shattered by Yi Xian's immense strength. Yi Xian did not dare to slow down for even a moment. At this time, half of the hundreds of thousands of skeletons that Yi Xian had killed with great difficulty had already stood up shakily. The last time he killed them, Yi Xian had already felt helpless. If this happened again, Yi Xian would really want to go berserk. He must not let them succeed. Go to hell. I don't care what the hell you are. Yi Xian suddenly jumped up. This jump was at least 100 meters high. The restriction on flight had been activated. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was not flying, nor was he using any divine power. Therefore, even the restriction on flight could not do anything to Yi Xian. Deity slaying slash. Boom. Under the illumination of the blood moon, a powerful ray of light directly slashed at the 5 black-cloaked men. Boom boom boom. There was a continuous sound. Yi Xian's angry sword slashed a canyon in the Tongtian Gorge. And the 5 black-cloaked men were killed without any suspense. Yi Xian landed and was already beside the 5 men. However, he threw away the cloak. Yi Xian was shocked to find that it was empty. Except for the 5 weird-looking skeleton hearts, there was nothing else, not even a bone. What the hell was this? Of course, Yi Xian did not care so much. After keeping the 5 special skeleton hearts, Yi Xian continued to kill the sea of skeletons. The battle lasted for 3 whole days. Of course, killing millions of skeletons in 3 days, including countless low-level gods, did not take into account his combat strength. His endurance was not something that ordinary people could withstand. However, after Yi Xian killed all the skeletons, he had a different idea. One should know that in a place like this, there should not only be low-level god skeletons. Then, there was only one possibility. This was not the only place where such a test was held. Of course, Yi Xian did not mind at all. This time, although he did not get any rare treasures, and his level did not increase at all. However, he got more than 130 normal skeleton hearts and 5 special skeleton hearts. This thing was a good thing. No matter what, he had to get the skeleton swordsman. Especially in a place like this where there was constant danger, it might have an unexpected effect. System, I want the skeleton swordsman now. Yi Xian immediately said in his mind. Although the name was skeleton swordsman and Yi Xian called it skeleton swordsman, it was not wrong. Ding, the host can use 3 skeleton hearts to level 1 skeleton swordsman. Okay, one first. In an instant, the 3 skeleton hearts disappeared, and then a skeleton walked out. That's so ugly. Yi Xian was helpless. Of course, it was only for temporary use anyway, so Yi Xian was not that particular about it. System, I want to level up this skeleton swordsman. Ding, skeleton swordsman level 1 to level 2 requires 10 skeleton hearts. Okay, level up. System, continue to level up. Level 1 to level 2 required 10 skeleton hearts, and level 2 to level 3 required 50 skeleton hearts. Of course, Yi Xian had more than 100 skeleton hearts, so he did not feel the pinch. Yi Xian did not make too many. 1 skeleton swordsman was enough for him now. He would save the extra skeleton hearts for resurrection. However, what were the 5 special skeleton hearts? Ding, skeleton spirit, essential material for the skeleton king. Currently, the host does not have enough materials, specific information is temporarily unknown. Well, it seems that this so-called skeleton spirit is the upgraded version of the skeleton heart. Yi Xian put away his doubts. He continued to move forward. Of course, this time, he let the skeleton swordsman lead the way. It was a little ugly, but it was good as long as it was useful. Yi Xian had just entered this place, and he had already obtained a skeleton swordsman. Then, what else could Yi Xian obtain? Chapter 2103. Of course, the Tongtian Gorge was not that simple. The millions of skeletons were just the appetizer. Yi Xian continued forward. After walking for less than 2 hours, he encountered another problem. The withered bone sword servant was leading the way. However, a huge bloody maw suddenly opened up on the originally ordinary ground and swallowed the withered bone sword servant in one gulp. Ding! The withered bone sword servant has died. Ding. The host used a skeleton heart to revive the withered bone sword servant. Damn. Yi Xian was speechless. Just now, everything had happened too quickly. It was so fast that Yi Xian didn't even understand what had happened. When the withered bone sword servant resurrected again, it was as if nothing had happened on the ground in front of it. It was as if that bloody mouth had never appeared at all. No, this time, Yi Xian had to see what was going on. The withered bone sword servant continued forward. This time, it was much more careful. Yi Xian also carefully observed his surroundings. 1 step, 2 steps, the withered bone sword servant walked forward step by step as if nothing had happened. However, just as Yi Xian was slightly relieved, the bloody maw appeared once again. In an instant, the withered bone sword servant was swallowed again. Ding. The withered bone sword servant has died. Ding. The host used a skeleton heart to revive the withered bone sword servant. What the hell? Yi Xian was speechless. This time, he saw it clearly. However, the key was that he did not know what this thing was. Was it some kind of demon god? It did not look like one at all because other than a huge mouth, it did not even have a body. This thing was made up of incomparably sharp teeth. Round and round, like a spiral. After the withered bone sword servant was swallowed, the teeth inside began to spin rapidly. What was the withered bone sword servant's strongest ability? It was defense. It could be said that although Yi Xian's third-level withered bone sword servant only had the strength of a lesser god, its defense was comparable to that of a greater god. However, even so, it did not last more than a second against the rapidly spinning teeth. What a terrifying thing. Yi Xian was able to get a preliminary result from his analysis. There was only one conclusion, and that was that this thing was not a living thing at all, but a mechanism that was trapped inside. Damn! How was he going to play this? If it was a demon god, then Yi Xian could kill it. But if it was a trap mechanism, then it would be difficult to deal with. Yi Xian did not dare to take the risk. These kinds of mechanisms were all triggered, so the withered bone sword servants would be fine even if they walked past them. But when it was Ye's turn, it would be dangerous. This thing was not easy to get. Yi Xian fell silent. There was a restriction in the air that prevented Yi Xian from flying through the air. On the ground, danger lurked everywhere. What a tragedy. Could it be that Yi Xian would be stopped here? That was impossible. Since it was a mechanism, there must be a way to break it. System, give me 10 first-level withered bone sword servants. As long as he had skeleton hearts, he could have an unlimited number of withered bone sword servants. Although a rank 1 withered bone sword attendant was completely useless, it was still very useful for scouting the way and finding traps in the current situation. Yi Xian was going to use these withered bone sword servants to investigate carefully. The 10 first-level withered bone sword servants appeared quickly. Under Yi Xian's command, they began to explore the surroundings. As long as they could find the switch or trigger conditions, they would be able to pass through the trap. In that case, he would be able to pass. What Yi Xian needed to do now was find the crux of the matter. The withered bone sword servants died again and again, reducing the number of skeleton hearts in Yi Xian's hands. Suddenly, the death of a withered bone sword servant attracted Yi Xian's attention. No, this withered bone sword servant died a bit later than the other withered bone sword servants. Even the activation of the trap was slower. Someone is controlling this place. In an instant, Yi Xian thought of a possibility. A possibility that did not seem very likely. The trap here was not triggered. Someone was controlling it. In that case, since he understood this point, the following matters would be much easier to handle. The withered bone sword attendants set off again. This time, they were very spread out, and they were searching everywhere. Yi Xian wanted to find out who was hiding in the dark and plotting against him. Fortunately, these withered bone sword servants were there. Otherwise, if Yi Xian himself was there, the consequences would be unimaginable if he fell into the trap. It's here. Suddenly, Yi Xian and all the withered bone sword servants focused their attention on a large black rock. This stone, every time the mechanism was activated, it would emit a faint fluctuation. Although the vibration was not very strong. However, Yi Xian's sharp senses were able to detect it. I want to see how you're going to hide this time. Kill. Yi Xian casually waved his hand, and the God Realm withered bone sword attendant, who had been waiting for orders, suddenly charged forward. He directly used a fearless frontal charge to collide with the huge rock. Boom! A ferocious explosion took place. In an instant, the rock and the withered bone sword servants were smashed to pieces. The guy hiding in the rock finally revealed his true form. It was another skeleton. It was a strange skeleton wearing a maroon robe with a skeleton spirit in each of its eyes. In the skeleton's hand was a golden crystal. That was the source of control for the trap here. I've found your true form. I want to see where you're going to hide this time. The skeleton controlling the trap did not have a strong cultivation base. His only purpose was to control the trap here. Once discovered, he would not have any combat power. He killed the skeleton with one strike. The skeleton could not withstand Yi Xian's attack. Yi Xian held the golden crystal in his hand. However, he did not choose to devour it. Now, Yi Xian had an inexplicable feeling in his heart. He felt that perhaps the fundamental purpose of every checkpoint here was not to eliminate the people who entered this place, but to test the people who entered. Although this feeling was completely baseless. However, since he had this intuition, Yi Xian would leave something behind. Therefore, Yi Xian left the golden crystal behind. As expected, there was no one controlling it. That ferocious giant mouth didn't appear again. Yi Xian had passed this trap. He continued forward. Chapter 2104. However, this time, Yi Xian's test was a bridge. It was a strange bridge. The bridge was surrounded by a highly corrosive poisonous fog. Even the strongest third-level withered bone sword servant could not last more than 3 seconds. Even if Yi Xian were to travel at full speed, he would not be able to cross the bridge in less than an hour. To put it bluntly, this poisonous fog was a place where no one was allowed to pass. There was a bridge in the middle of the poisonous fog. A strange iron chain bridge. Why was this bridge strange? Because on both sides of the bridge were sculptures of various demonic beasts. Once an outsider approached, these sculptures would immediately wake up and attack the person in front of them without hesitation. How long was this bridge? More than 1,000,000 meters. On top of that, there was a pair of such sculptures every 10 meters. That iron chain wasn't an ordinary iron chain. These iron chains contained a special kind of energy. This bridge was made up of a total of 16 iron chains. Between every 2 iron chains, a strange light would be emitted. When a person stood on the light, it was as if they were standing on flat ground. Of course, one had to keep moving forward. If one stood in the same position for too long, one would see the light turn from white to red. When it turned red, not only would it explode with a powerful alien flame attack, but it would also break apart. One of Yi Xian's withered bone sword servant had fallen into the invincible abyss because of this sudden break in the light curtain. Was this the new test? Then, let's fight. It seemed that they were thinking too much if they wanted to rely on these sculptures to stop Yi Xian. When Yi Xian successfully passed through this place, he was even more certain in his heart that this was definitely a specially designed training ground. This was because Yi Xian had encountered a pair of upper-level true god demonic beasts at the end of the iron chain bridge. The only thing that Yi Xian regretted was that these sculptures did not have any devouring value. Therefore, Yi Xian did not increase his cultivation level at all. When Yi Xian finally passed the iron chain bridge, he arrived at the final test of the Heavenly Gorge. This time around, it could be considered a real test. That was because this time, the rules were clearly written down. A stone tablet. A huge stone tablet that was more than 10 meters tall. When Yi Xian reached this place, an illusory figure suddenly appeared on the stone tablet. The figure was so blurry that Yi Xian could not see its appearance clearly. Welcome, 76,872 trial takers. Congratulations on entering the Sovereign's endless trial left behind by our great master. Once you begin, unless you pass, you will be trapped forever. Of course, if you pass this trial, you will obtain unimaginable benefits. I am the guardian of the first trial. If you pass this trial, you will be able to obtain one of my master's inheritances. Work hard, trial taker. It has been a long time since someone passed through here. I look forward to seeing your performance. The illusory figure did not say much, but it made Yi Xian heave a sigh of relief. After confirming that this was a trial, there was no doubt that Yi Xian would be much safer. At the same time, this also represented infinite opportunities. Yi Xian already knew that this was a trial left behind by an ancient god. The things that the ancient god left behind were probably not ordinary things. Although he did not know why he had inexplicably entered this place, he had to admit that this was an opportunity. The Valley of Despair that was rumored to be a trial by an ancient god was actually a trial by fire. He did not know how many people would be attracted to this place if this news spread. Of course, it was superfluous to say this now. At this time, Yi Xian was already prepared. He stepped into the first trial. Seal Mountain. Seal Mountain was a mysterious mountain covered with all kinds of seals. If one said that it was big, it was indeed incomparably huge. If one said that it was small, in fact, what the naked eye could see was only a palm-sized rockery. Everything was because of the seals on it. To be precise, this mountain itself was actually just a projection in the void. When Yi Xian stepped into it, it could be said that he existed in the Valley of Despair, but it could also be said that he had already been transported to another alternate space. There were a total of 990,000 seals in Seal Mountain. There were even more types of seals, but they all had one thing in common, and that was that each seal sealed a treasure. Whether it was a natural treasure or a magic weapon, as long as one could open the seal, he would be able to obtain the item inside. It could be said that there was no danger here. Of course, the difficulty of the seals increased as one went to the top of the mountain. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the seal and obtaining the destruction stone. The system's notification instantly made Yi Xian slightly stunned. It's actually the destruction stone. Yi Xian held the stone in his hand and was rather surprised. This is good stuff. This destruction stone is one of the basic materials of the shadow guards and sword servants. Yi Xian casually put away the destruction stone, feeling extremely happy. Shadow guards and sword servants were not something that the withered bone sword servants could compare to. Although the withered bone sword servants had strong defensive abilities and the possibility of self-leveling up, they were still very weak. In other words, if Yi Xian had enough skeleton hearts, even at his current stage, he could create a super invincible withered bone sword servant. It was a pity that the skeleton hearts were not so easy to obtain. However, shadow guards and sword servants were different. They had 3 special abilities: undying, incorporeal, and coexistence. Undying was easy to understand. It was unlimited resurrection. Incorporeal was easy to understand. It was permanent invisibility. The key was coexistence. The coexistence ability of the shadow guards and sword servants referred to the ability to completely enhance Yi Xian's combat power. Moreover, regardless of whether it was the realm or ability growth. Even if Yi Xian used any equipment, the shadow guards and sword servants would automatically duplicate a set. Such a powerful sword servant, just this coexistence ability alone was enough to make Yi Xian jealous. This sword servant had to be summoned. Such a terrifying ability had to be used by Yi Xian. Yi Xian raised his head and looked at the countless restrictions. His hands moved even faster. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the 1000th restriction and completing the system recovery hidden subtask. The system recovery rate has increased by 5%. Ding! The system's ability to break restrictions has been unlocked. Unknowingly, Yi Xian had unlocked the 1000th restriction. Of course, he had relied on the black all that he had bought from Ling Xian Court. However, the system did not care so much. As long as it was Yi Xian who had unlocked the restriction, it was fine. Why would it care what he had used? Hidden subtask? Yi Xian's lips curled slightly. This system was really good at causing trouble. Apart from the main system recovery task, there were also some hidden subtasks that could also restore the system. Chapter 2105. All of a sudden, Yi Xian raised his head and looked at the Forbidden Mountain. He smiled proudly. No matter what happened to the other people who entered this place, as far as Yi Xian was concerned, he was definitely going to pass this restriction mountain. Yi Xian was going to take all 990,000 treasures sealed in this Forbidden Mountain. Because the system's ability to break the restrictions had been removed, it was no doubt that Yi Xian had taken advantage of this Forbidden Mountain. Others had worked hard and even been trapped for hundreds of thousands of years and still couldn't advance much. However, it was only a matter of minutes for Yi Xian. The Forbidden Mountain, which had trapped countless strong people, seemed so fragile in front of Yi Xian. Because the system's ability to break restrictions had been restored. Everyone else only wanted to reach the peak of the mountain. All they wanted to do was to open a path of restriction and reach the peak. However, when Yi Xian arrived, he continued to walk around the restriction mountain. Because what he wanted to do was to take all the treasures in the entire Forbidden Mountain. Ebony root, magnificent lotus vine, frozen blood grass. They're not useful. I'll just devour them. Yi Xian waved his hand again and opened 3 restrictions. He took the treasures in them, but when he found that they were not useful, he chose to devour them. Actually, up until now, Yi Xian had finally discovered something unusual. Until now, he had encountered a total of 320,000 restrictions, and all of them had been undone by him and taken away. However, among these 320,000 restrictions, about 20,000 of them had obviously been opened before. The treasures inside were also of a much lower quality. In fact, one of the 3 restrictions that Yi Xian had unlocked this time was still recovering. In other words, someone had only just unlocked this restriction 1,000 years ago. Interesting, it's getting more and more interesting. Could it be that I'll meet other people here? Yi Xian put away the items and continued to sweep the treasures. He was like a bandit. Wherever he went, the restrictions would be completely broken. The treasures inside were all taken away by him without exception. Ding! The host has leveled up. The host's current level is a 3rd-grade medium true god. Among the treasures that Yi Xian obtained, some were good and some were bad according to the difficulty of the restrictions. The good ones were naturally taken away. As for the ones that Yi Xian did not care about, he devoured them directly. Who would have thought that his level would increase unknowingly? Yi Xian was in a good mood. It had only been 10 days since he entered the Forbidden Mountain. In addition to obtaining countless treasures, he had also increased his level. This was such a good thing that Yi Xian would not reject it. Let's continue. Yi Xian was about to advance. All of a sudden, a powerful pressure crushed down on him. Not good. It's the pressure from a god. Yi Xian was shocked. God realm. Why? Why was there a god to have a god in this Forbidden Mountain? Was this a joke to be a joke? Yi Xian wasn't a match for the heavenly god realm at all. Following the arrival of the pressure, in the blink of an eye, 2 figures arrived in front of Yi Xian. There was more than one god in the Forbidden Mountain. Damn! Were they not giving Yi Xian a chance to live? Yi Xian looked at the 2 people in front of him nervously. He did not even have the chance to escape now. Once these 2 people had bad intentions, Yi Xian would be done for. Are you sure it's this kid? Yes, it's him. I'm 100% sure. This. He's just a mid-level deity. Is that possible? It's him. I've been secretly observing him for 3 whole days. There's no mistake. The 2 gods did not seem to care about Yi Xian at all. Instead, they were talking to each other. Yi Xian did not dare to say anything. However, he could not help but wonder what the 2 of them were talking about. Kid, were you the one who broke those restrictions? Suddenly, one of them finally spoke to Yi Xian. Restrictions. Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. He quickly calculated in his mind. The rules of this forbidden mountain were very simple and crude. Break the restrictions and you could leave alive. You could even receive rewards that you did not expect. Otherwise, you would be trapped here forever. Could it be that these two people actually had a favor to ask of him? It was very possible. Perhaps, this was his only chance. Yi Xian did not hesitate and answered directly. Yes, I was the one who broke the restrictions in front. What do you mean by that? Yi Xian's affirmative answer made the two of them look at each other. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. You're the only one who relied on the black all? How could you break the restrictions so quickly? Could it be that you're a restriction master? So you've already thought of a name for yourself. Yi Xian snickered in his heart. From their answers, Yi Xian already knew their purpose. To put it bluntly, these guys were just poor people trapped in this forbidden mountain. At the very least, Yi Xian was absolutely safe within the restriction mountain. This was because if these people wanted to live, if they wanted to leave the restriction mountain, they could only do so through this place. Therefore, Yi Xian, who had the powerful ability to break restrictions, was undoubtedly their life-saving straw. At least in this place, they definitely did not dare to have the slightest malicious intent towards Yi Xian. At the thought of this, Yi Xian exhaled in his heart. Divine realm? So what? Yi Xian was the real king here. These guys, no matter what cultivation they had, all needed Yi Xian's help. I'm not a restriction master, but I know a little. I just heard that there's a forbidden mountain here, so I came to have a try. Yi Xian replied indifferently. Although his tone denied that he was not a restriction master, it clearly showed his disdain for this forbidden mountain. The two celestial god realm powerhouses were overjoyed at that moment. We've finally waited for a real restriction master. Damn it, that bullsh *T Master KU has been trapped in this restriction for a full 18,000 years. If this continues, I'm afraid few of us can leave here. Master, let's have another stormy night. This is Du Hai Ju, please take us out of here. The two of them didn't hesitate in the slightest as they spoke to Yi Xian in a respectful tone. Yi Xian smiled slightly and pretended to be profound as he waved his hand. Well said, well said. Anyway, I'm going to leave here, so let's go together. From your tone, it seems that there are more than two of you. Could it be that there are other people trapped here? Yi Xian's tone was indifferent. But he was already overjoyed. Two divine realm experts had to be obedient in front of him. Chapter 2106. To tell you the truth, the 32 of us entered the ancient god trial test 20,000 years ago. It is a pity that the first test has trapped us for 20,000 years. Although there is no danger in the restriction mountain, if we are unable to break the restriction, we will not be able to move an inch. Furthermore, with the passage of time, our divine power is also diminishing. There were actually hundreds of people who entered together, but now, only 32 of us are left. The others have long used up their divine power and their godheads have been shattered. F***ck, Yi Xian was slightly shocked. These guys actually came in 20,000 years ago. F***ck, how old was Yi Xian now? 20,000 years was a terrifying number that Yi Xian didn't even dare to think about. In Yi Xian's heart, these guys were probably very lonely. Of course, Yi Xian wouldn't say this out loud. Instead, he maintained his calm and indifferent attitude, completely unmoved. Seeing that Yi Xian didn't reply, Du Heiju immediately said, Master, this way please. Perhaps you don't know this, but you don't need to break all the restrictions in this restriction mountain. You just need to go all the way to the top, and there will be a way out at the top. Nonsense, how could Yi Xian not know this? Yi Xian knew this clearly. However, there were treasures in every restriction, which was why Yi Xian had to break the restrictions one by one. Of course, he was facing two divine realm experts, so he naturally didn't dare to be too presumptuous. He could only nod and follow their directions. After walking for only 2 hours, Yi Xian saw a large group of people in the distance. This strange restriction mountain was only 2 hours away, but Yi Xian's divine consciousness couldn't sense anyone here. Everyone come over quickly. Look who I've brought back. Let me tell you, this is a real restriction master. Du Heiju greeted the group from afar. Divine Realm. Divine Realm. What the F***ck, they were all in the Divine Realm. Low-level Heavenly God, mid-level Heavenly God, high-level Heavenly God. Among these 32 people, the weakest one was actually a low-level 9th grade Celestial God. Damn you! Yi Xian felt a chill in his heart. This group of terrifying fellows, I'm afraid any one of them would be able to crush Yi Xian to death like an ant with just one hand. 32 heavenly deity stage powerhouses. What terrifying strength. Du Haju, you said this kid is a restriction master? Him? A mere mid-true god brat? Suddenly, an old man in a long robe walked towards Yi Xian. It seemed that everyone here was very afraid of him. However, his strength was merely at the middle true god realm. Seeing this situation, Yi Xian did not need to ask to know that this guy was the so-called Master Moonless. Sure enough, before Yi Xian could say anything, Du Heiju immediately said, Master Moonless, we saw with our own eyes that Master Yi swept away the restriction below. We won't doubt this. Although Du Heiju's tone did not seem to be abnormal, the disdain in his eyes had already proved that he did not trust Master Moonless. Of course, if it was anyone else who was trapped in a restriction for 18,000 years, they would probably have such thoughts. Alright, since you said this kid is a restriction master, I won't argue with you. Kid, come on, try this restriction. What Master Moonless was referring to was the restriction that had trapped him for a full 18,000 years. Yi Xian did not bother to say more. His cultivation level was too low. It could be said that if he did not have the ability to break the restriction, in the eyes of these people, they would not even take a look at him. Therefore, Yi Xian needed to break the restriction to prove his worth. Only in this way could he be protected by these people, or in other words, he would not be easily killed by these people. Seeing that Yi Xian didn't say a word and walked towards the restriction, everyone immediately shut their mouths. Even Master K, you didn't mock him anymore. After all, breaking the restriction was their only chance of survival. No one would cause trouble at this time because no one would joke about their own lives. However, although Yi Xian came to the restriction, he did not immediately ask the system to do anything. Instead, he sat there cross-legged and began to organize his gains. This was because Yi Xian was very clear that this restriction had trapped these people for 18,000 years. If he immediately tried to break it, he was afraid that it would cause unnecessary trouble. He sat there for an entire month. During this month, Yi Xian did not even move an inch. The others seemed to be the same. No one moved an inch. It was as if time had stopped. Sigh. Suddenly, Yi Xian sighed. In an instant, the expressions of these people changed greatly. Could it be that Yi Xian was completely powerless? Little brat, this restriction is something that even I can't break. How dare an arrogant brat like you talk nonsense? Master Moonless looked disdainful and did not show any mercy in his words. Du Haju also immediately walked towards Yi Xian. Master, this restriction, don't you have a way to break it? Yes, if Yi Xian did not have a way, then did they have to wait 18,000 years for a person to come here? Yi Xian's lips curled slightly, but it quickly disappeared and was replaced by a helpless expression. I can break this restriction, but unfortunately, I need some materials, and I don't have enough rare treasures. This was a rip-off. Yi Xian was a prickly extortion. I see. Come, master, take these interspatial rings first. Feel free to use the things inside. If they are not enough, feel free to use all the resources we have here. Suddenly, an upper-level heavenly god came directly in front of Yi Xian and took out 5 interspatial rings. Yi Xian casually took them and used his divine consciousness to check them. He was ecstatic. Heavens, there were so many treasures. It was more than enough for him to break through to the upper-level heavenly god level. Moreover, there were even more resources for him. This was great. This was so great that he could not ask for more. Of course, Yi Xian could not show the slightest joy on his face. He took the 5 interspatial rings and began to fiddle with them pretentiously. Unfortunately, no one understood what he was trying to do. Of course, even Yi Xian himself was just messing around. If he wanted to break the restriction, he would need the system. System, come on, break this restriction in front of me. Chapter 2107. Ding. System notification, this is a heaven-level restriction. If you want to break it, you will need to use some special resources. Please use the resources. Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. What a scam. He actually needed resources to break it. What AF * King Jinx. Of course, Yi Xian could not say no. System, it's okay. You can use any of the resources in the Qian Kuan ring. Ding. Resource collection complete. Host, please take note. The restriction is about to be broken. Along with these words, all sorts of divine stones, spirit wood, and divine beast materials flew into the air from Yi Xian's hands before quickly condensing. This process lasted for 6 hours. Finally, the countless materials condensed into something that looked like a droplet of water. When the droplet of water fell, the restriction in front of them instantly melted into nothingness. Of course, this was the result of Yi Xian deliberately slowing down his speed. This, Master Moonless's face was as red as a pig's liver. A moment ago, he was still doubting whether Yi Xian could break the restriction. But now, not only did Yi Xian break the restriction, but he also used a method that he had never seen before. A month's time? For these old fellows who had been trapped here for tens of thousands of years, it was just a blink of an eye. How terrifying. At this moment, everyone looked at Yi Xian with gazes filled with worship. Give all your Qian Kuan rings to Master Yi. Suddenly, a person roared loudly. What Yi Xian didn't expect was that the person who spoke was actually Master Moonless. No one wanted to die. Everyone wanted to leave this godforsaken place. Now, the opportunity was right in front of them. How could they not be excited? Okay, I'll give it to you. As long as Master Yi can take me away, I'll follow Master Yi for the rest of my life without any regrets, let alone Qian Kuan rings. Everyone chimed in and took out all their extra Qian Kuan rings. Yi Xian was overjoyed. Awesome. So awesome. These were the Qian Kuan rings of heavenly gods. There were so many good things in them that one couldn't ask for more. However, Yi Xian was disappointed when he received them. This time, he was given a total of 53 Qian Kuan rings. However, the items in these 53 Qian Kuan rings were less than the heavenly treasures in the previous 5 Qian Kuan rings. It turned out that in order to maintain their divine power, most of the resources they had used up. Furthermore, they had to keep a part of it, so they could not really give them everything they had. If it wasn't for Yi Xian's ability to break through restrictions, they probably wouldn't have been willing to give him these resources. Of course, even so, Yi Xian still made a huge profit. There were many treasures in these Qian Kuan rings. Especially those things that couldn't be refined into divine power. They might not be of much use to others, but to Yi Xian, they were extremely useful. He did not even dare to devour them. Why? The reason was simple. Yi Xian was only an intermediate divine realm expert. These divine realm experts would not care about Yi Xian at all. However, if Yi Xian's strength increased, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yi Xian was very clear that even if not everyone was staring at the spatial rings in his hands, there would definitely be people who would have designs on them. Of course, there was no need to consider this now. As long as he was still in Restriction Mountain, these people would not dare to do anything to him. However, perhaps to these people, 1,000 years of waiting was acceptable. However, for Yi Xian, even a month of waiting was incomparably unbearable. Should he break the restriction quickly and leave this place? Would he have to face these experts? Or should he take it slow and think of a way to eliminate as much danger as possible in Restriction Mountain? Two choices. But they were not difficult. Yi Xian turned around and looked at these Divine Realm experts. It seemed that before leaving, Yi Xian had to eliminate all uncertainties. Kill them? It did not seem possible. Therefore, the best way was to control these people unknowingly. Soul control. A simple and violent method. But it would definitely be effective. It did not need to be permanent, nor could it be permanent. But even a short period of control was enough. After leaving Restriction Mountain, Yi Xian had already flown far away. As for these people, Yi Xian also believed that after the soul control was removed, their first thought would be to leave this place and not find trouble with Yi Xian. Damn! The gap between their realms was too big. How could he kill these people? Yi Xian had no idea at all. But how could he achieve Yi Xian's goal? He looked at the group of Divine Realm experts. This was a big challenge. This was definitely a super big challenge. Yi Xian silently walked to the next restriction and sat down. No one disturbed him. They all thought that he was thinking of a way to break the restriction. But in fact, Yi Xian was sorting out the things he had obtained, trying to find a way to break the current predicament. Heart of Eternal Frost? Trash. Water Moon Crystal Core? Trash. The essence of the immortal divine wood? This is not bad. I can use it. Yi Xian had a bountiful harvest this time. Not to mention other things, just the universal currency of the divine realm, the divine crystal, had reached 1,000,000 pieces. Of course, it was probably more than that, but this thing could be used to directly extract divine power, so it was almost depleted. The system was damaged. There were many things that Yi Xian did not even know what they were. The only thing he could confirm was that these things were good stuff. Ding! System notice, detected special material that can be used to strengthen the war god bloodline. Does the host wish to strengthen it? There is actually something that can strengthen the bloodline? This must be strengthened. I will strengthen it now. Ding! The resource has been successfully used. Host, please note that the system is currently damaged. There is a 60% chance of failure. At the same time, each successful strengthening requires 7 days of waiting time. Ding! Strengthening failed. Extracting resource, strengthening failed. Ding! Extracting resource, strengthening successful. Ding! The host's war god bloodline has been successfully strengthened. It did not upgrade. Damn it, the system malfunction caused Yi Xian to suffer heavy losses. He only succeeded once out of 3 strengthening attempts. However, Yi Xian had no choice but to continue strengthening. Only by continuously strengthening his own strength without increasing his cultivation base would he have a greater chance of winning against the sky gods. Ding! Detected special material that can be used to strengthen the host's divine sense. Does the host wish to strengthen it? Strengthen, why not strengthen it? So what if the losses are greater? If we can't leave this place, then everything will be for naught. In any case, these resources were easily obtained. Yi Xian did not need to be too stingy. Of course, it would be even better if he had the materials to repair the system. Unfortunately, this was just a thought. Chapter 2108. Another month passed. Yi Xian sat in the same spot and did not do anything else. Of course, no one would disturb him. Not to mention a month, even if Yi Xian broke through a restriction in 10 years, these people would still be able to accept it. Of course, Yi Xian himself could not wait that long. In this month, Yi Xian spent countless resources and experienced failure again and again to strengthen his bloodline and divine consciousness. Although Yi Xian's realm did not seem to have increased, his combat power had increased tremendously. After all, bloodline was equivalent to physique. As for divine consciousness, it had even more uses. Strengthening these two would undoubtedly strengthen Yi Xian's case. Of course, for Yi Xian, the most important thing was still that move. From these Qian Kuan rings, Yi Xian obtained a large amount of resources and some cultivation techniques. These cultivation techniques were probably left behind by the original owner of the rings. It was very messy, from the most basic use of divine power to some basic supernatural powers and even secret techniques. After all, these people were all heavenly gods. How could they not have some of these techniques? Other heavenly gods might not have been interested in them, so when they were given to Yi Xian, they included these cultivation techniques. However, for Yi Xian, this was undoubtedly an opportunity. System, do these cultivation techniques have any reference value? Why did Yi Xian ask this question? As it turned out, Yi Xian had planned to use soul control and other methods to eliminate the danger. Naturally, he thought of the system. At first, Yi Xian did not have high hopes, but who would have thought that the system would actually give Yi Xian a surprise? The devouring skill. Yes, Yi Xian had never encountered a devouring skill before, although his eye of revelation could learn other people's special supernatural powers and cultivation techniques. However, this was the first time Yi Xian had heard of a devouring skill. According to the system's description, the devouring skill was similar to devouring various treasures and leveling up. To put it simply, Yi Xian could devour a large number of skills and turn them into experience for a single skill. Of course, these experience points were not used to level up skills, but to fuse skills. According to the system, as long as the quality of the skill met the system's requirements, then 2 or more skills could be combined together to form a new skill. When he was in the mortal world, he had obtained a similar system function, but compared to this, it was not quite the same. Yi Xian trembled with excitement at the thought of this function, even though he had yet to obtain a single system fusion skill. However, just by listening to the description, it was still an extremely awesome thing. He even had a feeling. That was, the system failure this time wasn't a disaster for Yi Xian. Instead, it was a good thing. That was because, in name, it was a system failure, but in reality, it was a system recasting. Furthermore, it was not as simple as Yi Xian had initially thought. This recasting would definitely give Yi Xian more functions and benefits. Ding. Host, please specify the type of skill you require. The system will automatically group them into groups. Type. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Unfortunately, there were many cultivation techniques here, and naturally, there were many types. Attack type, defense type, even summoning type, beast taming type, and so on. However, although these were good, they weren't what Yi Xian needed the most. System, I want a control type skill. Yi Xian said directly. Yes, this was what he needed the most now. Ding. System analysis successful. Host, 2 skills, 1 ability. Ding. 1. Demo Yi technique. Able to forcibly control any target within 3 people of a lower level than yourself. Ding. 2. Heavenly Puppet Technique. Special ability. Successful mastery will permanently grant you the right to summon God servants to help you in battle. Ding. 3. Living Fetus Technique. Special ability of the Demon God. Able to cultivate servants, starting from the fetus. Holy **T. Yi Xian looked at the 3 skills and abilities that the system had given him. 1 was control type, 1 was summon type, and 1 was actually nurturing. Not bad, these heavenly gods have quite a lot of stock. However, to Yi Xian, these 3 skills were just so-so. That was because Yi Xian wanted to fuse them. Alright, system, I will cultivate these 3 skills and abilities. Ding. Host, please note that cultivating these skills and abilities will take 3 days. Yi Xian nodded. 3 days was not much at all. 3 days later, the system notification sounded again. After devouring countless other cultivation methods and divine abilities, the 3rd step cultivation methods and divine abilities had all been upgraded to divine grade cultivation methods. And God tier was the basic requirement to devour and fuse them. However, Yi Xian was not in a hurry to fuse them. Instead, he let the system continue to devour them. System, devour the rest of the skills. Anyway, there is no use in keeping them. Distribute the experience equally. I want to fuse a useful skill or ability. Ding. The host has chosen to continue devouring. This time, it will take 5 days. Yi Xian nodded and waited silently. 5 days later. Finally, it was time to witness a miracle. A miracle created by the system. A new skill was about to be born. System, are you ready? Come, fuse a new skill. Yi Xian said to the system excitedly. Of course, the system was always ready. Ding. Start fusion. Ding. Skill fusion. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained a new ability, spiritual consciousness devouring. Spiritual consciousness devouring? This name sounded a little cool. Yi Xian quickly looked at the description of spiritual consciousness devouring. After all, this was the first skill he had obtained through devouring and fusion. It would be a lie to say that he was not excited. Spiritual consciousness devouring, a unique ability that the host obtained through self-fusion. As long as one has enough divine sense, one can use it. At the same time, it has 2 major special abilities. Ability 1. The host can activate spiritual consciousness devouring to forcibly devour any target's spiritual consciousness and turn it into one's own puppet. During this process, the host can choose to devour permanently or temporarily. Permanent devouring requires devouring points. At the same time, the higher the target's realm, the more devouring points required. Ability 2, System Conversion. This ability determines the success rate of spiritual consciousness devouring based on the strength of the host's divine sense. However, if the host does not have enough divine sense, the system can use various treasures and resources to strengthen the divine sense and increase the success rate of spiritual consciousness devouring. Damn! Chapter 2109. No matter who the target was, as long as he had enough resources, he could convert the target's spiritual consciousness into divine consciousness and then forcibly devour it. What was spiritual consciousness? To put it bluntly, it was his subjective consciousness. After devouring it, the target would become his puppet. However, he needed to consume devouring points to be able to devour it permanently. This made Yi Xian a little unhappy. Of course, if he could really use such an awesome skill however he wanted, it would be a little too much. It was reasonable that the system would impose restrictions. Besides, Yi Xian had a feeling that this temporary devouring of spiritual consciousness would not last long. Of course, this was a good thing that Yi Xian could use to get out of this predicament. Yi Xian could not be unhappy. He glanced at the divine realm experts around him. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Just you wait, these guys. It would be fine if they did not cause trouble for Yi Xian after breaking the restrictions. However, if they dared to cause trouble for him, he would definitely let them know what it felt like to be stabbed in the back by one's own comrade. Yi Xian resisted the urge to test the spiritual sense devouring ability right now. He silently stood up and began to break through the restrictions. This time, he wouldn't be so hesitant. What he wanted was to break the restrictions quickly and leave this place as soon as possible. Yi Xian casually waved his hand. Several rays of light rose and rushed toward the restrictions around him at the same time. In the blink of an eye, the restrictions were broken and the treasures inside flew directly into Yi Xian's hands. However, Yi Xian wouldn't stop just because he was so far away. After breaking the restrictions in front of him, Yi Xian continued to move forward. He did not care about the dumbfounded divine realm experts behind him and began to harvest frantically. He harvested the treasures here and at the same time, he harvested the restrictions here. How is this possible? Master Moonless's mouth was wide open in astonishment, as if he had seen a ghost. Was Yi Xian really breaking the restrictions now? When others tried to break a restriction, they would study it carefully and make some preparations before they dared to do it. Even so, there was no guarantee that they would be able to break the restriction. However, what was the situation with this little guy in front of him? With a wave of his hand, several or even dozens of restrictions were broken at the same time. Moreover, batch after batch, there was no sign of stopping at all. Are you sure you're breaking the restrictions? Breaking the restrictions of Restriction Mountain? Break the super restriction that had trapped countless experts to death? Master Moonless was not the only one who was dumbfounded. At this time, the 32 celestial gods trapped here had all stood up. Every single one of their faces was filled with astonishment. Such a method of breaking restrictions had already exceeded the limits of their imagination. 100% success rate. That reaping speed had long since exceeded the limits of their imaginations. Master Yi. Master Yi. Someone whispered softly. In fact, he could not find the right words to describe his current mood, nor could he find the right words to describe Yi Xian's actions. However, in the short time they were in a daze, Yi Xian had already harvested thousands of restrictions. Yi Xian could not be bothered to look at the items in the restrictions. Regardless of whether they were good or bad, he would take them first. After all, even if it was something that Yi Xian couldn't use, he could still use the method of padding to exchange for something that was useful to Yi Xian. Quick, follow Master Yi. Finally, someone reacted and hurriedly caught up with Yi Xian. Yi Xian did not pay attention to these people. He only cared about harvesting the restrictions in front of him quickly. Of course, this time, Yi Xian would not obediently walk up the mountain. Instead, he spiraled around Restriction Mountain and harvested the items along the way. After all, even if 1% of these items were useful to Yi Xian, it was still a huge profit. 17 days. It had only been 17 days. Yi Xian and the others had already reached the last restriction. Opening this place was their chance to get out. Opening this place meant that they could leave Restriction Mountain. Perhaps Yi Xian was still alright. After all, he had not been trapped here for long. If he wanted to, he could leave at any time. However, the others were already extremely excited at this time. 20,000 years? Especially in such a desolate place. For these divine gods, it was really a very long time. After enduring for so long, they were about to get out. It would be a lie to say that they were not excited. However, at this moment, Yi Xian stopped in his tracks and did not move forward. Master Yi, why don't you continue to break the restrictions? In the past 17 days, they had followed behind Yi Xian. They had never seen Yi Xian hesitate. Along the way, they had been like a hot knife through butter. There was no restriction that could stop Yi Xian. Unknowingly, in these people's hearts, Yi Xian had become an invincible existence. In their hearts, there was no restriction that Yi Xian could not break. Therefore, when they saw Yi Xian suddenly stop in his tracks, it was inevitable that they would find it strange. Oh, I've used up all my resources. Sigh, I didn't expect that I would not have the resources to break the last restriction. Yi Xian laughed inwardly. What resources? Breaking this restriction was just a matter of words for Yi Xian. This was because the system did not have any difficulty in breaking these restrictions. The resources required were also very few. However, why did Yi Xian break the restriction so easily? Why did he have so many fat sheep behind him? If he did not take advantage of them, would he be able to face Yi Xian by staying here for so long? Yes, he was taking advantage of them. However, these divine gods were very willing to accept Yi Xian's advantage. They even rushed to hand their interspatial rings to Yi Xian. So you need treasures. I have them. Feel free to use them, Master Yi. Grandmaster Yi, come and use my treasure. I was wondering why Grandmaster Yi was able to break through so many restrictions in one go. Now it seems that Grandmaster Yi must have used up all his resources. That's right. Master Yi, how should I put it? We're all leaving this place together. You're the one who worked hard, and we can't help at all. If we need Master Ye's resources and treasures, then we're in the wrong. Master Yi, take my interspatial ring. All the treasures are useless if you lose your life. Use mine. Grandmaster Yi, use mine. Chapter 21:10. Was this the rhythm of competing to give treasures to Yi Xian? Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. This time, he wasn't being greedy. Didn't he see the actions of these people? It was obvious that if Yi Xian didn't use their treasures, they would be angry with Yi Xian. In that case, Yi Xian could only reluctantly accept all of them. Of course, Yi Xian's heart was already bursting with joy at this moment. When he saw that these people were indeed not going to get anything out of them, Yi Xian turned around and walked towards the last seal. System, come on. It's time to leave this place. Open the last seal and let's leave. Ding. Host, please take note. This seal is at the level of a Lord God. It is currently unable to be removed. What? Yi Xian was so shocked that he almost jumped up. It can't be. It can't be removed. System, please don't scare me. Is this what they mean by extreme joy begets sorrow? System, is there really no other way? Yi Xian asked the system in his heart, slightly agitated. Ding. Host, please take note. There are currently 2 ways to remove this seal. They have a 30% success rate and a 90% success rate respectively. Ding. The first way is to forcefully strip the host's divine power and forcefully remove the seal. The success rate is 30%. The price is that the host will be permanently demoted to lower rank 1 true god. Ding. The second way is to use a large amount of resources to slowly remove the seal. The success rate is 90%. Extreme joy begets sorrow. Indeed, extreme joy begets sorrow. Yi Xian stood rooted to the ground. It took him a long time to react. Sigh, this is not giving me a choice at all. It could be said that even if Yi Xian was demoted to lower rank 1 true god, with enough resources, he could still quickly level up. However, that 30% success rate made it impossible for Yi Xian to choose. In fact, there was only one choice given by the system. That was to use resources to exchange for the last seal. Since it was a separate notification, Yi Xian could already predict that he would have to pay a huge price this time. The only consolation was that these resources were easily obtained by Yi Xian in the first place. So, even if they were to use them up, they would not feel too bad. Alright, system. Use plan 2. What resources do you need? Just draw them. Yi Xian said helplessly. Following Yi Xian's words, his entire body suddenly erupted with a rainbow-colored light. These rays of light were actually the purest form of divine power. Within Yi Xian's engulfing space, countless treasures within the interspatial ring were also converted into divine power by the system. The pure divine power all wrapped around the final restriction. Soon, the entire restriction was enveloped by the rainbow-colored photon computer. What a pure divine power. It seems that Grandmaster Yi has taken out everything he has this time. That's right. So much pure divine power. I wonder how many heavenly treasures it would take to refine it. It's a pity that I don't have any good treasures on hand. Otherwise, I would definitely give them to Grandmaster Yi. This time, Grandmaster Yi has paid a huge price. I've heard that restriction masters usually have a large reserve of resources. This is because whether it is setting up restrictions or breaking restrictions, a large amount of resources are required. At first, I thought that this was a lie. But now, it seems that it's not a lie at all. Everyone was discussing animatedly. This was a blessing in disguise. Yi Xian had lost almost all of his gains this time. However, his actions had earned him the goodwill of these people. This was what it meant to be a blessing in disguise. It could be said that before this, there might have been some people who wanted to rob Yi Xian after leaving. But now, there was probably no one. First of all, Yi Xian's resources had all been used up. This was something that everyone could see. Therefore, even if they robbed Yi Xian, they would not gain much. Secondly, this time, Yi Xian could be considered the savior of their 32 people. If they made a move, they would have to risk offending others. In that case, under the current circumstances, it would be unwise to make a move on Yi Xian. 32 heavenly gods. Moreover, they represented different forces. It could be said that this time, although Yi Xian had lost his resources, he had gained the friendship of these people in exchange. No matter what, it was not a loss. Finally, after a "bo" sound, the sound was heard. The final restriction was undone. However, the moment it was opened, a ray of white light streaked across the sky and landed directly on Yi Xian's body. It completely surrounded Yi Xian. Ding! A large amount of pure divine power is detected. It is recommended that the host consume it immediately. Ding! The host has made a breakthrough. The host is currently a 4th grade medium deity. Ding! The host has made a breakthrough. The host is currently a 5th grade medium deity. The beam of light had only appeared for 3 seconds. This was because this beam of light was actually just to give Yi Xian the so-called supernatural power reward. However, Yi Xian had unexpectedly gained 2 levels of improvement. This was because the beam of light was actually pure divine power. Sigh, what a pity. If only it could come for a few more seconds, then I would have been able to level up a few more times. Almost all the resources obtained from the restriction mountain had been used up by this last restriction. Now that this pure divine power had appeared, if Yi Xian did not consume it, he would really gain nothing. 2 levels. Forget it, 2 levels it is. It's better than nothing, isn't it? Yi Xian was helpless. After all, the inheritance that he had obtained was really useless to Yi Xian. This inheritance was actually an absolute defense restriction. It was fine if it was for his own use, but the key was that this restriction could only be set up in a fixed location and then used to protect something in that area. Therefore, it was not very useful to Yi Xian. At least, it was not very useful for now. I'm finally out. 20,000 years. A whole 20,000 years. I don't want to come back to this D*MN place ever again in this lifetime. The moment they came out, the 32 heavenly gods were so excited that they started shouting and yelling. It was obvious that they were really very excited. Of course, if it were Yi Xian, not to mention being trapped for 20,000 years, even if he was trapped for 20 years, he would not be any different from them. A moment later, Du Haju was the first to react and directly walked to Yi Xian's side. Master Yi, it's all thanks to your help that we were able to successfully escape this time. Right now, I really don't have anything good that I can take out. However, take this jade pendant. This is the token of my holy water sect. As long as you bring this to me, I, Du Haju, will definitely help you with all my strength no matter what.